My sternum hurts. Ah, that's not what, I don't know what it is. I don't know. I'm in pain. Exercising regularly after fucking 5 years. Not fun. We'll get there. Hi, Scroy. How you doing? Hey, Secret. Welcome back. Hope I'm feeling better, Scroy. Thank you. I'm feeling fine. Like I said, it's literally just aching from going full, not full ham, but just doing DDR on the daily again. You've been watching some of my old Let's Plays. The layouts in the past were so different. Oh yeah, the overlays for the streams, yeah, it's changed a lot. I've actually been working on another new one, believe it or not. It's far off from completion. It's mostly just an idea for a new layout if we ever go to a different model. I've been working on that in my free time. Haven't committed to anything, because who knows where we'll be by the time we're using it. Let's bonk it, JC. Let's burn this marriage down. I was gonna say, yeah, we have, two very, very different pictures of marriage. Can this marriage be saved? It depends. It depends on if his wife comically killed a woman by throwing a knife out her window. Woke up at 2 p.m. so feeling slightly tired. Secret, I know that feel. Hey, Janene. You felt bad for the guy yesterday? He just wanted to make his wife happy? I really did feel bad for him, yeah. Now, for all I, still take your time on the model, JC? Oh, yeah, no, that's why, exactly. Because if we get a new one anytime soon, it'll probably be yours, and I've told you repeatedly to take your time with that. So, yeah, no worries. Case will be over very quickly. Is it that short? I wish somebody had mentioned that last night. I may have kept powering through. I was heavily misinformed. I was told it was 3 parts. I was told it was the end of the second part, and then it didn't. If I'd known, I probably would have either stopped at the first part or kept going. If I'm gonna disintegrate, stay out of the water, no promises. Depending on how much I yell, I might need another shower afterwards, even though I just took one. It was already late at that point? No, but still, I should have powered through. Because I hate the way this game has ended up being paced out. I know it's whatever. It's like whatever I have to do to avoid burnout, but, yeah. As someone with crippling OCD, it personally annoys me. And I'm sure annoys many other people. And that health is more important. I know, but OCD. These are the things that keep me up at night. Ugh. Alright. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was panicking, picking up whatever I could find to throw him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I noticed if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that bounty thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening.
Might catch the DDS stream next week if you're able to catch up. Scroy, no worries. See you later. I hope you enjoyed the game. Have fun. This case has been, interesting, to say the least.
Although it's entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy called us on the hop, sir. I had no choice but to take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us every other minute, we would have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield, you're just a gnat's whisker away from death at any moment.
Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Marriage is a battlefield. You have much to learn, young Ryunosuke.
Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than what they have already testified. This may be a dead end.
You got a mango popsicle? Holy shit, nice, Minato. I love popsicles. Popsicles are fucking delicious, but I can never ever have popsicles. Because they've been in contact with popsicle sticks. And popsicle sticks are disgusting. I can't touch them. Hi, Prelhub. Oh my god, I can barely see your name. Jesus. Holy crap. Nice black name. Blends in very well with Streamlabs. Howdy, Stars. I hope you're doing better after last night. I know you said you had some issues. Hope everything ended up working out okay. Gotten Mia Steph's case done earlier on the Steel Samurai case of the original Falcon to put Red White in his play secret. Very nice. Fuck that guy. My loss, what? The push pop popsicles that have no stick? Those are fine. You know what? I forgot those exist. If I could find those, I could probably eat those. Yeah, push pops. I remember those. I used to get those as a kid all the time. Do they still make those? I don't think I've ever seen them, but I also very rarely, very rarely go shopping for anything other than, like, the bare essentials. Von Zeke's may be right. OCD is a curse. Everyday investigations to your thumbnail will haunt you since you forgot the eyebrows, JC. Oof, I know that feels, Scoob. For what it's worth, I never noticed. Use color picker to pick the exact hex background of the Twitch UI you use. Fair enough. You are a chameleon. Very nice. The situation is better, but not okay. Alright. Okay, I'm glad to hear that much at least. I hope it gets better soon. And I hope you're at least safe for now. It's someone's birthday today, but you can't come up with a name? Am I an asshole? Am I an asshole? Have I forgotten someone's birthday? If I've forgotten someone's birthday, I apologize. I have goldfish memory. I remember exactly 3 birthdays out of people I know in real life.
Well, whatever the chances. We only have one last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo.
This is actually the last one. Oh my god, I should have finished last night. I'm so sorry. Jesus Christ. That's the joke. Redacted. Oh! Okay, you mentioned in the Discord earlier it was Kubo's birthday, and I meant to ask if you meant Kubo, Bleach Kubo, or Tweewee Kubo. Okay, Tweewee Kubo it is. Aw, happy birthday, Redacted.
Very well, Counsel. Begin your cross-examination.
Yeah, I do apologize. If I'd realized this was literally the last one, I would have sucked it up and finished last night. Mistakes were made. What about Fuya? Who? What's Fuya's birthday? Dare I ask? I mean, for what it's worth, yeah. For what it's worth, I get the feeling Daigo's gonna stick around a while. Howdy, Roxas, you haven't missed a thing. Making jokes about Kubo from Tweewee. Who wants to celebrate the old asshole? I'll celebrate him, he was fun. I'm still kind of sad we didn't get the direct confrontation with him. But he was a fun character. Not as fun as Suzukichi. Dudes! I know I have a lot of overlap with KZ. Have y'all fucking seen motherfucking KZ Excellence Suzukichi standee? Motherfucker ordered a custom giant Suzy K standee. With a speech bubble that he can write shit in. I'm so fucking jealous. What am I talking about? 1 second. 1 second. Let me find it. He's shared multiple pictures. No. 1 second. This is just the most recent one. I think I might need one. What a fucking king. That was KZ. This is the thing he has done. Oh my god. Beautiful. Susie K. Susie K is fantastic. Susie K is actually a fantastic character. He's not my favorite from Tweeby. That's definitely still beat. But I'll stop talking about Neo Tweeby. I'm talking in broad enough strokes. It's not a spoiler to say Suzukichi's a great character. Screw the Gojo statue! Honestly, yeah! Screw the Gojo statue. Susie K. Standy's more important. You saw that from the Giga Boys, and it says Moe. No, we're heroes too. Beautiful. Yeah, that's right. Dan and KZ are roommates now. So Dan has easy access to Susie as well. That's the extent of their testimony, is it?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I think we've heard all this before, to be honest. Can't say I'm particularly confident that we'll be able to prove anything new from this testimony.
But in this cross-examination, it's absolutely essential. We have to establish how this knife came to be at the scene of the incident.
Yeah, I know. Oh my god, they were roommates. Shoka Standy? Oh my god, a Shoka one would also be real good. Shoka would also be a fantastic choice. So many good choices. God, what a good-ass video game that was. Is there anyone a great Ace Attorney I want a standee of? I'd take a Van Zeeks or a Sholmes. After I clean my room, I'm working on it. We're cleaning out the, like I said, we're in the process of cleaning out the guest room. Now that all that garbage is out of it. Once that's cleaned up, I can move my bed and the treadmill upstairs. And then I will properly clean my room and rearrange stuff. My desk is on the right side of my room. I'm going to move it to the left side of my room. Innovative, I know. Hi, Godzilla. Hey, Stu.
I'm sure both of them must be feeling very worried. Worried that it was in fact a knife belonging to one of them that caused the victim's injury.
If we could even find a shred of evidence to support that theory, it would clinch this trial for us. It would explain everything.
Yes, it would.
So for Saseki-san's sake, we must find that last crucial piece of evidence. Slow down there. What, the movie? Oh my god, a Momo standee? Dude! A Momo standee. Holy shit. Prosecutor Vampire Hubert would be terrifying in the middle of the night. I already have an alien in a light up test tube as that's like a lava lamp type of thing. I have one of those. I have a life-size crypto from Destroy All Humans. I've got plenty of shit in my room that's scary in the middle of the night. A Vampire Hubert ain't gonna make a bit of difference. Moving my desk to the left of the room. I'm breaking new ground! Oh my god! I'm also gonna see about possibly getting a new desk at some point. I don't really have the money for it, but hey. Kamen Rider Knight is basically Kamen Rider Batman. You're not wrong. Alright, I have to press everything, don't I? Hey, bestie, how you doing? The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe.
Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garadeb.
A rather passionate note, in fact. But Mrs. Garadeb found the note, discovering her husband's little secret.
And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too.
What a shortage state of affairs. Hell on earth.
Watch War 01, how'd that work out?
I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. Yeah, besides, half of it was wide off the mark anyway.
Horobi and Archer teaming against Arc was Kino, wasn't it? I was so mad when I first watched the show because they had the fucking theme song play. You know how Kamen Rider does the theme song fight? Like when a super, super cool fight happens, like halfway through the season or towards the end of the season, they'll play the theme song over the fight. I was so mad they wasted it on him teaming up with Kai. Quigsies, thank you for the follow. I was so mad they wasted the theme song fight on his team up with a guy. They should have saved it for Horobi. because the Hirobi team-up was so much cooler. Ahoy, MD. He even does kind of look like Larry, he really does.
A likely story.
Have fun grinding Secret. Have fun killing every last one of them. You don't trust the wife here, she bothers me so much. I don't like the fact that she's a domestic abuser. Like, I think it's kind of fucked up, especially because her husband is a war vet and you know, partially crippled. I don't like that, but I don't think she intentionally... If we really are going the Looney Tunes route, there's no way she could have known some lady was down below. There's no way she could have known. Like, I can't really hold it against her. Like, especially if the lady actually lives. She's just comatose still. So, yeah. I don't like her, but, like, I can't blame her for the whole murder part. I can blame her for the domestic abuse. These waters run very deep.
And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face?
She may have been trying to murder her husband. She may have been.
Hold it!
And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it?
The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. Just so happens there was some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out.
How do you have bathwater just lying about? You know what? Don't answer that.
A most precarious situation you put yourself in.
If this is another accidental death, this is Japanese, man, because the rest of you'll blow your lid. Yeah. Like, God, if this case really is going to be that short, it has to be that, doesn't it? God. I almost would have preferred clown murder. I almost would have preferred the clown man to somehow get involved in this, for this to be another long-ass part. Because a fucking another accidental death. Just good God. Or accidental stabbing.
Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street where the water main isn't connected yet.
Oh, okay. Alright, so you have to take, like, Yeah.
You have to draw water from public water pump during the day if you need any, yes, you see?
The lot is always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although that mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe.
The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean?
Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off.
Aww. I was like, why is Pro Help saying, hey, guess what, Monado? Aw, thank you very much, Pro Help. Monado, enjoy your eggs and emotes. Crazy Uncle Pro Help looking out. Thank you very much. Like how our cheeks jiggle. It's a nice touch. Like I said, the animations in this one are insane. Again, I cannot imagine how shitty it ran on the 3DS. Have you actually seen the state of the man?
I believe he uses all of his income to buy books, though.
Well, anyway, the point is I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough.
Why, we haven't had a clown murder yet? We've had a clown murder, yeah. We've had one clown murder. Not nearly enough.
Hold it!
Okay, one of you's got to react to something sooner or later. Even though the room was on fire?
As far as I was concerned at the time. It was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw.
Sucks Hirobi went from zealot to machine god. To a human gear supremacist. And now he's playing to kill all the humans. Yeah, it's definitely a stark turn. Because like we were talking about, I could appreciate the fact that, that like you said, he wasn't necessarily good or evil. It's just he was a zealot. He just fully believed in his, basically, god. Now he's actively wanting to kill all humans, so yeah, kinda evil. Yo, Blanco.
That is most certainly not true of the Susato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo.
How'd you know I was thinking of that? So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items you threw at your husband that day?
In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge. A napkin.
So now all of a sudden you're throwing nothing but soft things? Doubt. Excuse me.
Excuse me.
You call bullshit on that too, sir? Got some to add? Welcome back, Stars. You didn't miss much. Just pressing them for information. Mr. Garrett out!
Oh, no, don't shoot! I'm sorry. Beg your pardon?
Did your wife's remarks just now bring something to mind?
Nothing of any significance, no. Just the barrage of art projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall.
Ow! Oh, yeah, speaking of destroying humans, oh, that's a cute image. Thank you, Zilla. Magnificent.
God grief, woman, we're not at home now. This is a court of law. Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, dearie me. Ever so sorry, dear.
Almost killed someone.
So wacky.
The animation's actually looking with the 3D effect. Oh, I completely forgot about that. That moment when I completely forget that the 3DS has a 3D effect, because I always turn it off because it gives me a headache. What's she even doing with the teapot in here? Yeah, definitely. Definitely kind of a dumb turn for Hirobi's character, honestly. But, it goes places, kind of. I have seen Jacko's render. She's fucking beautiful. She looks amazing. I'm confused why, her character seems to disregard Strive's story mode and have her talking to Arya still and whatnot. But hey, whatever. Your effect doesn't work anymore, you can't turn it on. Yeah. No loss in my opinion. Not sure how you felt about it, Spice, but yeah, I never used it. It just gave me a headache.
Honestly, Joan, I would have never thrown such things at you, honestly.
Oh, no, I mean.
Both our first names are very similar. I'll never throw things at you and shit.
Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened? Your pipe, sure? I had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did. Yep. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken into. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage.
I see, your pipe was broken.
I've never been sent flying unless it was sent by something pretty solid. Anyway, I managed to bandage the thing up for now.
Hey, you'll want to exaggerate, aren't you, dear?
Gotta have an excuse to make her playable, I guess. But I don't know, like, I don't think, like, you know, being able to communicate with Arya had any actual effect on her powers. Like, I know they say she's fully human by the time of Strive, but humans can use magic and all kinds of shit. Most characters are actually regular humans. They're just also wizards and shit. It's probably important. Fence believes Mr. Garrett's remarks just now could be of great significance.
Objection.
This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say.
Might one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Oh, well, I don't see why not.
Oh, dearie me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady.
Oh my fucking god, lady. Are you that... is your self-esteem that low? Jesus Christ. Literally can't even... Oh my god. This bitch crazy. I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. I was just feeling rather disappointed for your request was turned down. Ah, nah, it's fine. Thanks to Sato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. You should examine it carefully.
Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garrett. Now we can return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim?
It's like he already married you. Am I gonna finish Saber once it's finished? You saw their timeline? Yeah. Once it's actually fully finished, I'll I'll download a batch somewhere. Just because subtitles are such a pain in the ass to find now because of the cease and desist situation. But yeah, once it's done, I'll get it all. And watch it all in one go and live tweet it and get really angry, probably. You would have made so he finally stops listening to Ark. Just decided he wants nothing to do with this conflict anymore and just want to be a dad. Would have been Kino. Would have been Kino. But hey, there's 5 episodes left. Anything can happen. Looks to be in a sorry state with that bandage around it, doesn't it? But for some reason, it feels slightly ominous to me. Like it's trying to shout a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Garredeb's dressing gown.
I suppose it must have considerable sentimental value to Mr. Garredeb, given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like this.
It was probably a gift from his wife, who he loves, and she's a fucking idiot for being so insecure and bitchy about it. Either that or you can't afford to replace it. There's a small nick out of the bowl here. Look, it appears to have been made relatively recently.
And see how there are little scraps and dents all over it? It's clearly a well-loved pipe.
Yeah, you're right. Seems to me recently that being well-loved goes hand in hand with getting some battle scars. This particular nick is catching my eye, though, because it's clearly new. Okay, that's a little too on the nose. Seriously, how did he not notice that? Good God. Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there.
Yeah, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think.
Let's turn it over and give it a shake.
What's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. Gee.
A tip of the blade? Surely it couldn't be. Uh-huh.
Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing.
Wait, part of it's missing? I could be wrong, but I just got a feeling. You remember this?
Oh, that's the tiny fragment of metal we found inside Mr. Garredeb's pipe.
Yeah, just maybe.
Oh my, it's a perfect fit.
I can't believe the Looney Tunes Route 1. I knew it! Ay.
Objection.
Oh yeah, no, I feel bad for this guy, like I said. He's a freaking veteran. He has a hard time walking without a cane, apparently. He has his wife dress up as a maid just to try and look cool for the neighbors. And all she does is beat him for the trouble, just because he looked at another lady. Mr. Garredeb, can I ask you to take a good look at this, please?
You can ask, but I can't see a bally thing.
You can?
Used to call me Dead-Eye Dead back in the regiment, of course. But that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest. Oh.
Have you tried getting glasses?
Oh, he does stare at me. It's rather wearing being asked about every other letter and every other word.
You must be very dizzy.
What is that, a tiny scrap of metal?
Yeah, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first should be a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence.
Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence?
It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garredeb's pipe.
My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting it's in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road?
I am.
What?
When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal unraveled the whole truth of the case, my lord. She's short.
You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well, then. Present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case?
I'm only mocking her because she's short and a bitch. If she were just short, she'd be fine, but she's short and a meanie.
Take that!
So I will make fun. This is the knife that was out of the victim's back. If you look closely, you'll see that there's a small piece at the tip of the blade that's missing.
A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt its tip had suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
Nope, not the case. I was gonna say, Von Zeeks, are you that stupid? Are you bluffing? The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garrodeb's pipe.
Ah! Ah! Heart attack. Good grief, Lord Von Zeeks! Shot through the heart, and you're to blame! I don't believe it! The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match! Good golly gosh, golly gee willikers, Batman! Order, order, order! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle?
So Von Zeeks has figured it out, has he?
Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once.
Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is, when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garrodeb's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony.
I have this thing in my hand as usual, the time of the onslaught. Not to clean off with her soft projectiles. Would never been set flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid.
Uh-oh.
Oh, dearie me.
During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garrodeb flung this knife at her husband. However, you'd just like to say that you love Mr. Garrodeb's reaction voice line is "By Jupiter, is it?" Beautiful. The knife missed Mr. Garrodeb, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time.
Which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord, man!
Yes, and that's when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garrodeb's pipe.
The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1!
So is everything else that occurred in this case. This is a comedy of errors. This is some National Lampoon shit. And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. You thought Yuji was gonna be the main protagonist? Well, because they focus on him, like he effectively is for the first episode, especially because Takumi almost comes off as a villain. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window.
Young!
In short, this knife, which fell out of the window from Mr. Garrodeb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below.
Oh gosh, oh dear, oh! No!
Objection!
Look, I think it's stupid too. But the writing's on the wall, bruh.
A full-bodied theory, I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument.
I'm sorry?
But after all, it is just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because, you see, it's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency.
Leg. What?
Lord Von Jeech, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back.
Yeah? Uh-huh.
That's right, you silly little man.
Are we this stupid? Are we actually this dumb? She was grasping the fucking book. She saw a flaming book fly out a window, leant down to pick it up and possibly put out the fire, and then the knife came down in her back. Are we this dumb? We're this dumb.
Now, Joan, you old thing, what are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of this case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife had struck her, it had fallen from above. There's no possible way it could have planted itself in the victim's back.
What other explanation do you have, sir? Do you think it's a fucking coincidence that the blade fell, like, what? Do you think the blade fell to the ground and then Suseki came up and stabbed her from behind? Like, what are you arguing as the alternative?
Order! Order! Quite right, you see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head.
Well...
He's lost for words. Look, I knew it. I never liked that theory in the first place. I would have preferred if a clown did it. That didn't really happen.
It would appear the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder. If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history.
We were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now the way's been blocked completely. By one simple inconsistency. Because people are too stupid to put a square peg in a square peg. In other words,
we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory will still stand.
Miss Susato!
You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all. And your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there.
It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponi's friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed.
He's wasting so many wine glasses. The inconsistency doesn't mean anything. Why is the auto... It means I need to sharpen my mind to dig deeper for the truth. Why are we auto-advancing? It's a test! Yes! If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is.
What are you implying? Counsel?
There's a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That could explain how the knife fell from above and could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer.
Goodness!
Utter madness! Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak.
If I'm somehow wrong, I swear to God. This is the last inconsistency, the final piece of the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is...
Take that!
This, the fourth book found at the scene of the crime. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present.
The burnt book. Is that not Mr. Garadeb's book?
Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand.
But as we all know, it was the police constable that put that book between her fingers like that.
He said that was how she had it in the first place, dog.
Quite so, as part of his wholesale transmitting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road.
That's true, however, As part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. Is it bad you decided to sleep in the basement instead of talking or interacting with the person who caused the situation, Stars? Not at all, no. I've done similar things to avoid people I wanted to avoid. Whatever makes you feel safe. I hope you're at least comfortable in the basement. But yeah, nothing wrong with that. What made you put the book in the victim's hand?
Oh, well, so that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene. Victim was already holding the book, so when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
In other words, the victim had already picked up the book on her own volition. And clearly that must have been before she suffered the knife wound.
Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything.
So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand?
By Jingo! Oh, I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now.
Oh, dearie me.
We know that the book fell from the top of the Garrett household onto the pavement below. At precisely that moment, the victim was walking past.
Yep, and at exactly that moment, the young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her.
The book I threw?
Yes, Mrs. Garrett. And what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Well, I really can't imagine it. But I suppose she might have reached down
Oh, she's cute. Oh no.
and picked the book up.
Yep, that's exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
Oh heavens!
And when the woman reached down to pick up the fallen book, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. This poor lady, good God. In that exact moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, so accidental murder, she's not even dead. She's in a coma currently. The next object fell from above, the jackknife straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume.
Well, I never!
It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor, in the dark and in the fog. He didn't see the knife falling on her from above.
Ah! And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place.
No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. A series of unfortunate events, one might say. I hate those books. And that is the real truth behind this case. I was gonna say, yeah, help, people complained about Justice for All. People complain about the circus case and Justice for All. I'm sorry, this is way, way stupider. Especially because, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but like, how sharp did that knife need to be to hurt her that badly from falling? Like, typically you need some kind of pressure behind a knife. I'm not sure just falling from above would be enough to get her that good. Like, that knife has to be hella sharp to get her like that without any pressure applied to it. Like, good God. I will happily take flying people over this. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. And the knight and the Edgewood doll, exactly. Like, it's no fucking wonder it didn't kill her.
The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that.
There, old bean.
Poor Mrs. Garrett. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it?
And that's why you don't throw shit at your fucking crippled husband. Have you learned a lesson today, ma'am?
I'll take full responsibility. I'll let my anger get the better of me. I'll throw that book. And I'll throw the knife as well.
If it was falling, it probably had enough speed to puncture. You've seen people stabbed by lunch forks. People used to swing fast. Okay, alright. I'll take your word for it. I'm not a physicist, so I guess it's possible. Like I said, it's just, I'm not surprised I didn't kill her. Because, like I said, just not that much pressure and a dull edge. Good God, though.
John, dear?
It's alright, I know.
I'm ever so sorry.
So this would be an assault charge? What do you even...
I'm sorry!
I don't know how you classify this. Oh. But Penny can kill via heights. Like that fucking Family Guy clip. Oh my God! Wait, what? What? Ew! Why is the back of his clothes brown? Did he shit himself? Ew. Like if an icicle fell on someone. Yeah, I don't know how this, like, what charges you can make. It heavily depends on if the woman... I guess it depends on if the woman lives or dies. One, depends on if the lady lives or dies, and two, I guess depends on if she wants to press charges or not at that point, if she does live. Oh, his robe was burned. Okay, okay. It looked like he pooped his pants.
Lord Von Sheesh, what news is Mrs. Garrideb? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear today's events have left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could have easily been a terrible tragedy.
If she dies, it's manslaughter. Like, no matter what. If she dies, it's manslaughter. If not, then I think it just depends on if the lady wants to press charges or not.
They shall have to repair themselves for the consequences of their actions. There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon.
Okay, that's good. She's alive, that's good. Grievous bodily harm? Yeah. Oh no, like I said, she can actually, like I said, even if the woman lives, like, she could actually still be charged with something. I just, not sure exactly what. Circus case, there's some suspension of disbelief. This is on a whole different level. She throws the knife, hits the inside of the pipe, the tip breaks off, the knife keeps flying, falls at the exact moment the lady's picking up the book and hits her on the back. It's Looney Tunes. Like I said, it's straight up Looney Tunes logic. I mentioned it yesterday, that I actually almost would have preferred if the Clown Man got involved somehow. Because, yeah, no, like, this is full-on Looney Tunes physics required to make this happen. It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her.
How wonderful. The woman's out of danger, it seems.
Yeah, that is good news.
So, Mr. Shoseki Natsume.
Yes!
On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. We're sorry we're racist assholes.
When do I think we'll see the Clown Man again? I don't know. He's gotta end up, like, they wouldn't just randomly introduce a random Clown Man unless they really did just want to fuck with me personally. So he's gotta come back somehow. Maybe play a role in the 5th case? Final boss clown, maybe, yeah.
No, it's me who should be begging your pardon.
Oh no, Mr. Natsume.
That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion.
Oh yeah, fuck, what about his cat?
What conclusion, sir?
The fact that if that's another thing, like, Soseki obviously says Seki's innocent, but, like, if he had just, like, you know, if he really was innocent and he had just seen the woman collapse, if he had, you know, instead checked on her, then, probably could have avoided some problems.
I was so sure the woman was dead!
Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too.
Suppose she must have looked completely lifeless.
It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog. Like they're hunting me.
Poor Soseki-san, his imagination really has got the better of him. Yes, poor man.
So what had happened? I thought the young man had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never drop my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Instead, I managed to create a rift in the relationship of the trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry.
Oh.
One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps.
The spirit of Bugs Bunny's past.
We were befooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions, but thanks to Lord Von Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken, the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both.
Here's the question now. I wonder. So whatever this curse is that happens to anyone who Von Zeeks goes up against, will it still take effect if the person truly is completely innocent? Or did bad shit only happen to people like McGill did? Like, is it just that all the times he lost, the people were obviously still guilty and he just couldn't prove it, so bad shit happened? By a karmic destiny or whatever the fuck. What I'm saying is, I hope Soseki doesn't end up the victim of the next case. That's what I'm saying right now.
I heartily commend you both.
Oh.
Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As a foreman of the jury, I can assure you I've reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times.
Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure.
Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know, but I know what her decision would be.
Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and go to start work? Well, it's about time. The saying was, no matter the results, the defense will die shortly thereafter. Yeah, but I'm hoping, JC, I'm hoping that's just because in the case of everyone else he's been up against, the people were genuinely guilty. And so just fucking life found a way to, whatever's going on happens. But if Soseki really is completely innocent and Von Zeek's still lost, then I'm hoping maybe, I don't want anything bad to happen to Soseki. I feel bad for him. I relate strongly to his social phobias.
Oh, say, Corker, a story to tell the Groucho when I get home, won't I?
Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Edward, no.
Guilty. Not guilty.
A spirit of justice, you would say. So does Hubert just suck as a prosecutor and kills the guilty defendants? No, he doesn't suck as a prosecutor. It's just that unlike people like Edgeworth or Von Karma with their precious undefeated record, he's not actually undefeated at all. Like, he loses fairly often. It's just that even if he does lose, the people who got away turn up dead afterwards.
Very well, Mr. Shoseki Natsume. I hereby pronounce you not guilty!
Maybe you're a firework.
Hey, Katy Perry!
And finally, Mr. Natsume.
Yeah, we finally feel good about a fucking victory, really. We didn't have to spend an hour arguing about steak to get here. It didn't involve our best friend being murdered by Edelgard. And it didn't involve, horrible tampering with evidence happening right under our noses.
Oh, yes, Lord!
What's up, Goots? I was gonna say, yeah, I actually prefer that. I'm actually glad they didn't go with the perfect records thing again, because it was getting a little old. Definitely.
You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you'll continue to further your education in British culture. May you never again be brought before me.
Oh, yes, sir, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in the courtroom again. I'm transported to tears.
Thank you, counsel. Court is adjourned.
Here's Neo meme, no spoilers.
Excuse me, that's for no pickles.
And then he gets on the JC, shut the fuck up, no!
Oh, Locum.
Wait, you mean me?
Of course. Is there another Locum here?
Is there even one?
Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name's become rather short, hasn't it?
What's wrong with just using my actual name?
Oh, at last I'm free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Heedy, hearty, happiness, hurrah!
Oh, I'm pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted.
Would it be so hard to just say that then?
Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink!
Well, that happened. What happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault after all. Just glad everyone can see that now.
No, not that! Lovely, lawyer, Locum, lawyer!
Yes?
I mean, as I said before, I've just never gotten used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. All around me are familiar faces, worn out places, worn out faces! And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at the little hunchback!
Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume.
But today, you, look at the, give my the boot. You stood firm behind that big rodeo bench before those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, behold, the nest, barrister, and mine.
That's very flattering. We're very pleased for you. He's got the same speech quirk as Luke at me in the anime. Shout out to Ian Sinclair, just because.
This is giving me a wonderful anecdote to recount for my old friends back in Japan.
Ah, an anecdote? Is that what it's that what's to become all my hard work?
There you are, my dear fellows.
Yay!
I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you.
I see I am here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I am glad to say.
Oh,
And it seems not a moment too soon.
A trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruto, and I wish you the very best of luck.
We just finished.
What? No! Then my haste was in vain.
Yeah, it's you, her, Luck, Sholmes.
Oh, have we met, sir?
this is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes.
The fuck, what are you doing?
Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom. Either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light.
Charming.
This is all your fault, Airlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind.
My apologies, sir, but I assure you I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not?
Eh,
Had she been taken to a hospital more urgently? I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now.
oh,
But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience.
damn on the haters. I do feel very bad about how I behaved.
Well, never mind then. Now, what was it you wanted to say to me, sir?
Nothing.
Priceless. Oh, I'm sorry, really, but that was quite priceless.
Poor Soseki-san.
I will get some sip stars, thank you. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty.
But there's no bright side.
Whatever you mean, Mr. Natsume.
Even after all this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper.
Ah, Lord Von Zeeks.
I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed.
It'll be all right, Mr. Natsume.
Hmm?
If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hiya! With a perfectly executed Susato takedown.
Much as I like being turned on my head, better wording would be nice next time, Miss Susato. Please don't become like Mrs. Garrett-Ebb. I want this relationship to work. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan.
Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon.
Oh.
Susato, superior to Maya? No! No. 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 Susato's very good. I like Susato a lot, but she has not mentioned cheeseburgers once, therefore she is automatically inferior. Sorry, I don't make the rules.
It's only been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city as it is shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail back home and tell my fellow countrymen about it.
That's very touching, Mr. Natsume.
You think the writers might have a bit of a fandom kink? Can't say why? I don't know. It's so subtle. I can't see that. I don't see it.
Or perhaps in less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse.
But cheeseburgers that won't be invented for like another 100 years? That sounds like her problem. Not mine. And certainly not Maya's.
That's not it at all! The more I learn of literature, the more the strange feeling close to my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own.
At least she doesn't get kidnapped or being framed for murder every 5 seconds. That's not her fault. It's not her fault she's so adorable. It's not her fault that she's close with Phoenix and they know that she's his weak point. That is absolutely not her fault. I'd want to kidnap her constantly, too. The costumes for Greatest Attorney 2 are pretty good. Do they have costumes in that one? Excellent.
I see.
Oh, I see. I mean, wrong thing. Work of Literature by Soseki-san. Could be an interesting read. Actual Maya was all about ramen. What is this la-men you speak of? I don't know it. Who's best, Maya, Trucy, or Susato? Maya. I love Trucy a lot too, obviously. She's baby girl. But Maya is a big mood. Maya is on my favorite character bingo. Maya is probably my favorite character in the entire franchise.
What about Mr. Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'm sorry, what about us?
Will you return to Japan alongside your mustache compatriot?
Why would we?
A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as though we finally land on our feet.
And you are accommodated in a hotel present, are you not?
That's right. We need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us.
I've calculated that we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted.
Well then, you can take my lodgings.
Oh, the windowless room?
Ah, but with legs and windows. It's more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls.
Great.
And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind me a cursed evil spirit.
Oh my, an evil spirit?
Do you think your cat? You're giving us your cat? Do you think your cat's evil? What?
Oh yes, it tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call.
So this is literally my cat. My cat tries to smother me in my sleep too. What a coincidence. Well, think about it. If that's alright. Why did you not just get rid of the cat?
Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me?
Really? Oh my god, they were roommates.
Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I might add.
Vacancy? Is Iris moving out? No. No way. Then again, she has a fucking PhD. She can probably afford her own apartment. Are you sure this is just a storage loft?
I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of the price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of.
Oh, this is simply wonderful! What an honor to be invited to take lodgings in the Great Detective's office's attic. I'm too overcome for words.
So suggesting we look elsewhere is out of the question, then. She's too happy. Sholmes is moving a couple corpses out of the attic. Oh, dear.
Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist.
I don't know what to say, but thank you. And yes.
Aw.
Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long.
Somebody's happy. Aw. I want to protect her smile. I was gonna say, why does Sholmes Ryu have the least ships? According to Pump's research. Again, it's probably my favorite of the dynamics so far. Just because of the dancing.
Locum! I knew you would have let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London.
Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame we're gonna have to say goodbye so soon.
Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again one day.
Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then I'll be a successful lawyer.
Hopefully by then I'll be a successful author.
Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruto?
Yes, Mr. Sholmes, he's not shaking anymore. Yeah, good for him. Yes, Mr. Sholmes.
I've visited out Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening.
Oh. Can we actually see the dinner scene, please? Oh, is that why the trailer was today? It's EVO Finals? Oh, shit. Oh, I want to watch that. Again, I suck at those games, but I love watching other people play them. I'd love to watch the Fighters and Guilty Gear tournaments if those are still going on. And so, with Suzuki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 22 1B Baker Street.
Detective Sholmes, you didn't mention the vacancy was of corpses.
Well, what can I say? It was like this when I got here. You wouldn't believe how much noise they make.
Wait, what? Yeah, this looks like a place where corpses were until recently. So this... I was gonna say, do we still get to keep the cat?
It's going to be our new office, yes.
Our office? I rather like the sound of that. I was gonna say, yeah, this place actually has windows.
Me too, it's simply wonderful, isn't it?
I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now.
So, my dear fellows, do you like the place?
Oh my god! Ah! These casual Sholmes, what the fuck? Peak himbo, holy shit! Stop that! Why they make Sherlock Holmes hot? What's wrong with them? Oh dear. His chest got bigger. He's either puffing it out to impress his new. He's either puffing it out to impress his new roommate, or his usual overcoat is very constricting, containing the titty. He's destroying your sexuality, S2. I know that feels good. Mr. Sholmes, yes, thank you very much.
It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it.
Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you.
I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We'll have lots to celebrate.
Iris, you must let me help you.
All right then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad.
I love a man who pays window tax. Splendid.
The fact that she can cook. She has a fucking PhD. She can do whatever the fuck she wants. I don't trust this child.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital?
It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us.
Those are precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises.
Even his fucking animations remind me of Clavier. Like, I have no idea if that was intentional, but good God. Why is he hot? Why did they make him so attractive? What's wrong with them? Oh, dear.
Until I discover the dark truth about the city of London, that is.
I'm sorry?
London is a glorious place full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows.
Shadows? What do you mean?
A game of shadows. Like that movie.
Man, it's literally the reason why the game hasn't sold to the West. Well, because the estate bullshit. But hey, whatever. They just had to change his name. They got away with it eventually. Worth the wait.
I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies under London's facade already. You've met McGilded. So once again, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London.
It's Kubo from Neo Tweewee's birthday, who? Of course, at the time, I had no idea the significance of the words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay beneath it, behind it. Between his looks, his mannerisms, and the airlock running gag, you wouldn't be surprised if he's intended to be a Gavin ancestor. I get that impression. Like I said, it seems too on point to be a coincidence. Like, I'm not sure if they're just recycling character design ideas or what, but, like, he genuinely does look a lot like fucking Clavier. Let pump ship. Pump is valid. Alright, well, yeah. Like I said, if I'd realized that was actually only 2 parts, I would have either, stopped halfway through yesterday, or just finished this last night. I feel very dumb. I hate the way these have ended up getting broken up. I actually cannot stand it. Did we ever find out who wrote Bleach? No. No, I don't think we did. Yeah, that author's name was lost to history. It's weird. It's like the missing Doctor Who episodes. Alright, well, I've not disintegrated. I'm a little tired, but that's just because of exercise, so we'll keep it on for a little bit. It's happened twice in a row now. I know. Ugh, I hate.
It's coming! Sholmes's cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us.
Which Doctor Who episodes? A shit ton.
Over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited breathlessly in the stillness. The silence lasted for what
There's a
seemed
bunch
an
of Doctor Who
eternity,
episodes from the
until,
original
at
series
last,
before the revival
disappeared.
that just are straight up lost
From
to
the
time
shadows of the cloud,
because they were not
enormous
archived properly by
beasts
BBC
sprang
or
out
whatever.
upon us.
Mostly from the
Hound
first
it was,
Doctor.
but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body
How does one
was
lose Doctor Who
outlined
episodes?
in
Because back
white-hot
then it was super
flames.
niche. It was mainly a kid's show,
Its
honestly.
rumbling pant and hideous howl, so
They just didn't take
terrified
proper
that I
care of
began
it. They
to
didn't think it was
tremble with
important.
fear. Look well, Wilson, Sholmes declared.
Didn't realize it would
gazing
be a
upon the
huge
mystical
franchise
beast.
still all these years later.
For this is the diabolical hound of the Baskervilles.
Why'd you time out Blanco Pump? Did I miss something? I was gonna say, yeah, I didn't see anything. Our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash. In that disconcerting courtroom experience we were first thrown into on the day we arrived in the country, and in Suzuki-san's terrible ordeal that had followed closely behind, we'd emerged victorious. Hey, Jux, back then, for the British... That was just what was on it. Exactly, yeah. Like, it was just a show that, like, wasn't that popular, necessarily. Yeah, they just didn't realize. And I forget, I forget the exact... There may have been, like, a fire or something at some point that destroyed some of the masters. I forget exactly what the deal is there. But yeah, there were a bunch of episodes lost to time still. However... Then there came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court. Which was hardly surprising, of course. Since I was nothing more than an amateur and an unknown student of the law from a faraway land. So life in our little office was very quiet. That is... until it was shattered one day by that fateful telegram. I would love to do a Doctor Who group watch one day of the revival. Not the... I would probably choose to stop at the Matt Smith episodes, but that's just me. They can't call him Holmes, but they can straight up say Hound of Bakersville, right? Like the copy or Basker. It's so weird, the copyright situation there. It's actually fucking stupid. Until it was shattered one day by that fateful telegram. Don't be intimidated, Naruhodo. Just try to imagine it as casual wear. Oh no, he's hot! Oh man. Oh man, we got a name for the office and everything. Didn't they call the new Who season Woke or something? The one where he's a woman now? I have no idea. Probably. That sounds like a way people would criticize it. I've not watched it, so I can't attest to anything. I just lost interest in general. That morning, I was woken up by the unreserved sound of knocking on the door by the telegram boy. But after he'd gone, Tsutasa-san's behavior became very obviously strange. It's almost like the estate doesn't actually care for the content and just wants the name, pretty much, yeah. They just want money. Susato-san?
Yes. It is time to leave. Is it time to leave for court already? Let me see. What case is it today?
I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I?
Oh, no, of course not. How silly of me.
But I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. So shall we go downstairs to Sholmes' suite?
Yes. Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food.
She does, doesn't she?
And once our bellies are full, we can leave for court in a fighting form. Let me see. What case is it today?
If the Doctor being a girl was the worst problem, it would be a good season, but it's not a good season. That's what I've heard, like I said. I can't judge for sure, but, again, I didn't even like the Capel of the episodes that I watched very much. Just in general, the series has just been on a slow decline ever since Tennant left. Just slowly but surely lost interest. Here we go. Sherlock Holmes will be public domain by January 2023. Is that confirmed? That's cool. That'll be a good day. So what was it about? The telegram that was delivered this morning, I mean.
Oh, a telegram? I don't know what you're talking about.
Sasato! Sorry, but you're not getting away with that. You are a terrible liar.
Well, I didn't think I would. Actually,
Very accurate, Blanco. God, I hate that it's accurate. I'm so mad. I'm actually mad they kept her pose. Fucking Ken freaking out in the Discord. Oh yeah, they better have. Like, fuck off. Stop being a coomer. I wish they'd gotten rid of it just to spite people like you. Good God.
Actually, don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing. Nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. Just a boring old telegram.
That's 3 times she's trying to fail to convince me it was nothing. Howdy, Scroy. We're winning. We just finished up Case 4. We're gonna do a little bit of Case 5. Mickey Mouse will never be public, yeah. Yeah, that was gonna be a thing at some point, but yeah, it's never happening now. Disney got their ass sealed up with, Disney's got their bases covered. They ain't gonna have an accident like that.
I promise that I'll tell you at some point.
Alright, I understand. It's a nice little office. I wonder where the hell they sleep. I don't see any beds. I just see office supplies. I suppose Seki-san will have arrived in Japan by now, won't he?
Yes, I should think so. He left immediately after that terrible ordeal. Which would mean he should have completed the voyage already, or be a few days away.
A fortnight ago, we had that very long telegram from him, do you remember? Complaining of seasickness? But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well. Night-night, see you. Have a good one. See you tomorrow for Ed and Nettie.
Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san?
I was just wondering, what might have become of Soseki-san had he stayed in London, that's all.
You mean as regards to Lorne von Zeeks, the Reaper?
Yes, I can't help but wondering if seasickness would have paled in insignificance in that case. What is it they say? That no one who stands on the dock can be safe from the Reaper? Like the way that nightmarish trial ended on the very day we arrived in London.
Even 2 months on, the cause of death of that dreadful fire remains a mystery.
God, that was Leia on the left. That was Leia on the left while we were watching Jujutsu Kaisen. With the whole Junpei thing. That's also been me, though. I've definitely done that, with like making Ivy watch Code Geass and shit. I don't know what you call that sensation. It's kind of schadenfreude, but not really. You hate that pose to at least make her an actual interesting character. No, she's a great character. And like I said, the pose is cute in a quirky way. Because like, what the fuck are you even doing, Jacko? But it's just, you know the audience that mostly cares about it. And I hate that audience. And wanted to see them have a meltdown because it's funny. Because literally just look at porn if you're that upset about it. But no, they kept it. The Coomers win. Blech. At least Oseki's safely out of the country now. Presumably that means
that the curse of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the City of London, perhaps.
Even if that's the case, it's a little comfort. I have a terrible sense of foreboding.
If the legend of the Reaper is to be believed, it would mean he wields the Sword of Justice himself.
Come to think of it, I wonder what he's been up to these past 2 months. Surely not wielding that sword against more acquitted defendants.
No, I don't think so.
Japanese Edgar Allan Poe is not dead, Jux. He just went back to Japan. I haven't met my Coomers from SNK? Yes, I have. Are you kidding me? The meltdown when she didn't appear as a background character in the Smash stage? Oh, yes, I have met the My Coomers.
Apparently, Lord Von Zeeks hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter.
Oh?
Yes, it's Seki-san's trial. He's withdrawn from the judicial service again, it seems.
Really? Just like before, when he wasn't in the court for at least... Just like before, when he wasn't seen in court at all for 7 years. Or several years. He can't be blamed for that unless he physically moves the iceberg his way. Is he actually on the Titanic? He better not fucking be. There's no way. So it's just me who's had to face him in his recent state of trials, then. Just my luck.
I wonder if luck doesn't come into it.
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, nothing. Never mind.
Hey, bestie, welcome back.
Morning, Runo. Morning, Susie.
Good morning, Iris.
Iris?
What is it, Runo?
What is that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat being strangled.
Ah, yeah, I know you noticed that too, did ya?
Oh dear.
Hurley isn't in the best form this morning, it seems.
I was gonna say, isn't Holmes supposed to be good at violin? What the fuck? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
He's very sad.
What's wrong, little buddy? Are you sad that you have the lowest fanfic count? Hello.
Hello, Mr. Sholmes.
You're thinking of getting another dog because your mom feels bad about how Honey likes her so much more. Oh. Well, if you do, I hope it works out better. Good morning. A good morning to die, perhaps? Oh, dear. Oh, no. He's turning into Robert Downey Jr., Holmes. Ah! Something happened? You look miserable in the way you were playing the violin before. My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. Why is he becoming me?
Oops.
He is playing the world's smallest violin. Is he having an existential crisis? Hi, Dusk. Why does Sholmes have depression? Good fucking question. Honey? Speak to me. Damn this blanched existence! That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence. None of this matters. Nothing matters. We're all alone. We're all we've got.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, Iris, is it a time we ate? Some dry toast and an insipid coffee for me. If it's not too much trouble. If I make him sound too gloomy, he's just gonna be Von Zeeks. Also, Kitty. Kitty! Oh, look, it's Wagahai? I guess we did take the cat. Is the cat actually cursed?
Good morning, boy.
Aww, Kitty! That must have been some sort of tiny door for cats to use. How'd it get there?
Well then, everyone, time for breakfast.
Oh, wonderful. Let me help you, Iris.
Ugh.
It would indeed be a fine day to die.
You think Apollo's cat looks just like them? Does Apollo have a cat? I knew something looked different. Something's missing from Mr. Sholmes' desk. It looks like a calico, and those are very rare to be a male. Aww. Cute. Ah, Mr. Mao. Blushy, crushy Shoka. Also cute. Sholmes! What's missing? Why are you me right now? You seem very unhappy this morning. What happened?
It used to be the case that in my hands, this violin sung like the dawn chorus, its melescent tones would make flowers bloom.
It would?
But now, the muses are unamused with me. The goddesses of music have thrown me over!
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
His cocaine snowman is missing? Oh no.
For hours I have bowed, for days even through the night I have endeavored to no avail. That sound, my tone, is lost.
I didn't examine the shovel in the attic. I didn't even notice it.
The brilliant, clear, unwavering tone gone forever. No more recitals of the unbridled emotion.
Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Hurley?
Don't worry, I'm sure it'll come back to you in time.
Heed my words, Mr. Naruhodo. The goddess of the arts are fickle. One day they bestow genius on man. The next, they unmercifully withdraw it.
Oh dear.
Why is this happening to me? If they take the turn I have from the violin from me, what is left for pity's sake? What is left?
Deductions? Isn't that what you're more well known for? Sholmes just finished Neo and is sad that no other games will reach that peak. Have they ever made a gay Sherlock? I mean, most iterations of it have played up his, in any interpretation where, Watson is written to be, like, closer to his age, they really play up the Hoye. Like in the Robert Downey Jr. movies. But beyond that, I don't know. I've not seen many other adaptations.
Mr. Sholmes, I don't like to pry, but your desk looks rather empty today.
Ah. Well done, Mrs. Otto. Your observational skills do you credit.
Oh, no, Mr. Sholmes, they pale in significance when compared to yours.
You'd struggle not to notice, wouldn't you?
You mean Hurley's great analytoscope? That's at Winterbank now.
I'm sorry, it's at Windy Bank?
No, Winterbank's, the pawnbrokery.
Pawn? What? You mean you pawned that enormous machine of yours?
It has some considerable value, you see, quite undeservingly.
But isn't it a very important machine for your work? I do wish you had consulted us if your situation had become so desperate. I should have gladly passed on what little income I have to you.
Dear madame, things are far from desperate.
But the pawnbroker has your wonderful machine. How can it be anything but desperate?
Would that be NTR since Watson intended to be married or have a fiance? Yes. Yes, it would.
Making use of a pawnbroker is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you.
It is? Doesn't sound very ordinary at all.
It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbroking works.
What's to understand exactly? How important is the shovel? Do I need to go look at the shovel? That spade's been here ever since we started renting the place.
Oh, that's not a spade, Naruhodo-san. It's a shovel.
No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. Is this the new stepladder? Oh, no.
No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel.
I don't want to dig a hole for myself, so let's leave it. Oh, no. Rip. We knew it was gonna be we knew it was gonna be a returning character next. They literally said so. Happy Chaos will either be the third or the last. I believe they straight up already showed off the order. They're alternating between fully new characters and returning characters.
Have fun with Dragon Quest, Blanco.
They played it up to queer baiting levels in Benedict Cumberbatch's show. Of course they did. Did I see it? Yeah, we were just talking about that, Dusk. Yeah, we saw Jacko. She looks amazing. I'm confused about why she has the Arya personality again, but she is beautiful. What did you mean when you said we didn't fully understand how pawnbroking works? To the people of London, pawnbrokeries are akin to banks.
Banks?
On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to their pawnbroker of choice. With the money they receive in return, they are able to trade happily through the week.
And then on Saturdays, they go to recover their things using the money they've earned.
I had no idea. This has been a fascinating lesson for us.
It's in the drama CDs. Apollo mentions he has a calico cat named Mikiko. Mikiko? That's adorable. Something like about modern Cerebrus Astrologic is that they save the day, calculating how much to punch somebody. Yeah, that's the Robert Downey Jr. movies do that. Yeah, it's fun. I was gonna say, yeah, now that I think about it, I do think I have read fanfics where he had a cat. I couldn't remember the name, though, or anything. Okay, that's cute. That's adorable.
Everyone does it, you see, especially people here in London.
And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket.
Pathon with Zero won Best Year in the endgame now. I very much look forward to hearing your thoughts on the last couple episodes.
Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn should the need arise.
Oh, how ingenious.
So whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it at window banks, you see.
A pawnbrokery can be thought of as an extremely secure vault.
I would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain. I was gonna say, I thought the boxing thing was real. Like, I know a lot of stuff is exaggerated how good of a fighter he was, but, like, he did actually box. That part's real, I think.
Of course, you have to watch Hurley with it. Sometimes he pawns things he really shouldn't. Don't you, Hurley?
What does it matter? The world is dead to me now.
Mr. Natsume's cat seems to have settled in well to his new home, then.
Oh, yes. I become very attached to little Waggy.
It would appear his previous owner is completely forgotten to him. Cats are unfeeling creatures. Their muse is empty as the hearts of the muses.
If Mr. Natsume had no intention of taking Waggy back to Japan, I wonder why he kept him in the first place.
I expect he would have taken him if he could. But pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamships in our experience. And for good reason! Stupid fucking things can happen if they're not obeyed.
Well, I don't mind, because Waggy is adorable.
No! Yeah, he really is. What about the door? I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from?
Oh, you noticed you observe it, Runo. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it a cat flap-a-mat.
A machine for making doors just for cats?
That's right. It can make a cat flap for every little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. And it can do it in any door at all, no matter what it's made of. It's very powerful, you see.
Wouldn't it have been quicker just to make the cat flap rather than make a machine to make the cat flap?
Well, yeah, maybe. But now I can make cat flaps anywhere I like.
Oh, I think it's wonderful. You must make one for us in the office to our door, You must make one for us in the door of our office upstairs, Iris.
Iris invented the doggy door. I need one of those. She really knows how to come up with unconventional inventions, this girl.
Hee hee!
Gary, no!
What was that?
Wagai? Is Holmes depressed because he's cursed like Soseki was and it is the cat? And if so, I swear to God, if I lose another prospective love interest because of a goddamn cat! What was that?
Oh no! Wagai's tangled up in your violin!
I think he thinks it's a toy.
Oh no, what's he doing to it?
Oh dear, Mr. Sholmes' precious violin.
Why should I care?
What?
I shouldn't be surprised. If the cat is a more accomplished musician than me.
Mr. Sholmes really is in poor spirits, isn't he?
Well, anyway, I'll put it back where it lives, shall I, Hurley?
Out of the cat's reach, if possible. Maybe we should assess the damage. Maybe he's allergic. Maybe he's allergic. maybe he has a pebble stuck in his shoe. So this is the violin, is it?
It's a Stradivarius, one of the finest violins in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier, Antonio Stradivari.
Oh, I see. Doesn't look like anything special to me. Oh, right, Best? Yeah, I alluded to that yesterday, I think, yeah. Like, it's especially stupid that they even bother with the whole Guy arc when Naruto ends up getting it back. It was very kind of useless idea for a plot point.
I happened upon it covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down a nondescript back alley. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for a mere 55 shillings.
How honorable of you.
And until today, it's been my faithful companion in every great Paganini-inspired performance I have made. I ask you, is there reason to live in a world devoid of music? To tolerate this blanched existence? No! There is not!
Oh yeah, the vice president actually had an arc, yeah. I thought he was gonna be pure comic relief, but yeah, no. The fact that he was actually the one to uncover Guy's bullshit and help get the company back into school now, yeah. I appreciate it. It's a small arc, but it was nice to see.
Mr. Sholmes?
What, dear madam, what? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies for release from this dull routine! The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma!
Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think?
Hmm? What do you mean, Miss Susato? Did somebody replace it with a not cool violin?
Oh, Susie's right. Yeah, the tone of the wood is completely different.
And that's not all. I'm sure there was no crack here before.
Wait, it's not even the right size, is it? Sholmes, how the fuck did you not notice this? What's this?
I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but that instrument isn't even a fucking violin.
Then what the hell is it?
I believe it's an entirely different instrument called a viola.
What? What? Help him.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, are you all right?
You're right, you're quite right. This isn't my faithful Stradivarius. So what is this piece of strangled flotsam? Not your faithful performing partner, then.
I see what must have happened.
You do, Iris?
This is just a simple mix-up.
Sounds like Iris might be able to tell us exactly what's happened if we ask her.
Oops.
Did he pawn off the violin at some point and then get the wrong one back?
It's not a violin at all, it's a snake.
My arch nemesis! I should have known they were to blame. Fucking snakes! Why do they even? What do you mean by mix-up, Iris?
Well, you see, this viola, I mean, was at Windibank's until last week.
At the pawnbrokers?
Not Mr. Sholmes' beloved musical partner. There is a problem from the east, with which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Always let a beloved child travel.
Yes, indeed.
So you sent your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers in the hope that it would experience personal growth?
Oh, what a wonderful idea!
BRB, guys. I'm gonna take my Momo up to the dollar store and leave him on the sidewalk. It'll be a good experience for him. He'll get to see new people. Last week I pawned my great analytoscope in order to release my precious instrument. But it would appear Mr. Windibank mistakenly furnished me with this tawdry fiddle instead. But my ears cannot be deceived by the hollow timber of this piece of timber. No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it just had strings. Pshaw! A fine state of affairs this is. And why I always say, Mr. Naruto, never trust a pawnbroker. They will try to fiddle you every time.
But earlier you told us you could think of a pawnbrokery as an extremely secure vault.
Come, Mr. Naruto, dilly-dallying would get you nowhere. I'm sorry? Crunching your toast with that vacant aspect. Pressing your coffee so obtusely. Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct, considering the urgency with which we are faced?
We must visit Mr. Windibank's brokery at once. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Sholmes?
Precisely, Mr. Sutton. Without a moment's delay. But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs. My dear fellow, surely you do not still intend to crunch your bacon with an increasingly vacant aspect, to press your eggs ever more obtusely. All right. Stop saying weird things about my eating habits. Let's go.
Don't worry, Bruno. I'd be happy to heat it up for you again later.
Bacon's not good heated up, though. You gotta get it fresh. Oh. Breakfast is ruined. Thanks for the offer, though. As it happens, I am rather curious to see what a British pawnbroker looks like. It's just the guys from Pawn Stars. They're like, hello, this is an extremely valuable, priceless family heirloom that we originally paid $100 for before inflation. I can give you $1. You can't give me a little more? I can call in a friend of mine, an expert, and get a better opinion. Okay, call the expert. Okay, I can give you $2. And then they yell at Chumley, the fat guy. It's funny. Everyone laugh. I hate Pawn Stars. There is no trial, just an entire case of Holmes' antics. I would be okay with that. I would be okay with that. Where else can we go? Oh, we can go to the street, and then we can go inside it. Okay, what's the point of that?
Oops.
You're very upset I spoiled every episode of Pawn Stars for you. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have done that. That was wrong of me. I actually should have given a spoiler warning. Yep. Anyone who was planning to marathon Pawn Stars, I'm very sorry. I did indeed just spoil literally every single episode for you. I'm so sorry. What is Pawn Stars? It's a reality TV show about a super big pawn shop in, like, Las Vegas, I think they are. And they're notorious for undervaluing shit. So this is a British pawnbrokery.
Oh my, there are all sorts of tools and contraptions in here that I've never laid eyes on before.
Ah, Satasan, that spark of wonder in your eyes. Can't wait to scour the shelves, can you? Get the impression you enjoy places like this?
Oh yes, I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real thrill for me.
My dear fellows, let us not forget why we are here.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
We are calling on matters of business, not pleasure.
And clear Mr. Sholmes means business, judging from the spark of fury in his eyes. He's gonna beat up the bald guy.
Well, Mr. Sholmes, sir, welcome back. Did you hear that brazen welcome?
Well, yeah, we are potential customers after all.
We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruhodo, and it is time to inform Mr. Windbag of our ire. Come! The fight is afoot. Naturally, you will recall this, which I retrieved from you some days ago. Yes?
It's a nice night, cool enough to leave the windows open. And some dumb fucking neighborhood is weed whacking. Oh, God. Oh, help. I'm so sorry. That's the worst. Yeah, it's finally cooling down here as well. It's actually under 80 degrees for once. But again, as I said yesterday, I have no windows to open, sadly. I would love to open some windows in my house. Big oof. Ferdinand's father? He does look like Ferdy's dad.
This second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Windbag. The color of wood is different. It has holes in it. It's not even the same size.
A wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Sholmes.
Oops.
Look at this stuff. Isn't it neat? Wouldn't you think my collection's complete?
I'm so very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me. An inexcusable mistake for a pawnbroker. There was only one way to make amends. I will commit Sudoku. I have to take my own life.
Sholmes is like,
Then perish. You took my violin. I take your life. I don't think that will be necessary, will you?
okay, you see, I feel bad for Hidekiano because of the way the fans reacted to the finale. Here's the problem. It's still a bad finale. And he responded to the fans bullying by turning his franchise into a fucking farce. So any moral high ground he had is kind of lost. The fact is, he didn't even have to make the rebuild movies. He did because money. If he were really that broken up about it, he just couldn't have. He just could have not touched the franchise again. So, fandom sucks. Don't get me wrong, but I have very little sympathy for him after his recent actions in recent years. You just don't see that kind of commitment to service anymore.
If I may just say one thing before I pop off.
Yes?
It was you, Mr. Sholmes, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day. I believe. I'm sorry.
Take my figure, I take your life. Yeah, pretty much.
As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch your violin when I heard, here it is. You did?
Could the thumbnail be this image with the 4 kids gun out? the little, like, fucking telephone hammer contraption that the guy with the bowl cut had in, like, the 2nd episode? I'd be okay with that.
And when I turned to controvert you, you were taking the viola and left, sir.
So Sholmes is an idiot who doesn't recognize his own fucking instrument.
However, there can be no doubt the blame lies finally at my door for allowing you to leave. I shall not grumble or grouse any longer. May the guilt die with me. No, stop, my dear fellow, the horse is mine. Persona!
Burn my dread.
I just realized this guy can't be Ferdinand's dad. He's not bald enough.
Who?
It would appear that the fight is over.
I do humbly apologize, Mr. Winterbank. Evidently, my questionable disposition participated in this tragedy. Precipitated, even. Well, you wouldn't be Mr. Sholmes without that. Questionable disposition, now would you? Ha ha! I do believe you may be right, sir.
It's either laugh or cry, I suppose.
You are, it must be said, one of my more challenging customers. I need to remind you of the peculiar collection of items you brought through my door in the past.
Oh, peculiar items?
In the extreme, madam, for example. The unpolished manuscript of an eponymous work, the novels of Airlock Sholmes or some such.
The guy's done weed whacking? Excellent. You can enjoy the fresh air in peace.
Oh my, a new full-fledged novel? And unpublished? A story I have yet to read, you mean?
Oh, forgive me!
Wait, before you die, you must tell me more. I must know more. Tell me everything.
Wow, Sutton's really fired up now.
Is there really an unpublished story under this very roof?
Well, one day the gentleman here brought in that old metal chest, you see. I should like to entrust this to your care for a while, Mr. Winterbank. For a chest like that, 1 shilling, sir. Not a farthing more.
Oh my god, it is Pawn Stars.
It houses something of great value indeed. The latest manuscript. Recounting the adventures of one Mr. Herlock Sholmes. I beg your pardon, a manuscript? You wish to deposit a manuscript? Indeed I do, for I am confident it will be quite safe here. And that was that. As such, Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery will I store it in my storeroom.
Mr. Sholmes, is that really true? Do I think someone doesn't want to talk about this?
I continue to pay your fee, do I not? Then kindly continue to store my belongings. Securely. Of course, sir, of course. They're safe and sound with me, I assure you, on my life.
This is all very strange. I wonder, could I ask you something?
Ah, gentleman from the east, I see. What that sable suit, I suppose I could offer you 6 for it. 6 pence. Without wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat dull.
I'm sorry?
Ha ha, but for your splendid attire, ma'am, 5 guineas, no less. The colours are exquisite, and the design exotic. Eastern artistry at its finest, may I say.
This man likes kimonos. Gonna walk over and shove that weed whack where the sun don't shine? Ooh.
Oh my, 5 guineas, you say?
How interesting. Why do I feel as though I still have some sort of defeat here? Actually, I was just hoping to ask you about your business. I heard it said that pawnbrokers are used rather like banks here in London. His name used to be Hatchet. Ah. I hope there's no reason for that.
Yes, sir, indeed. Many of my customers utilize the establishment as you describe. I appraise their items, offer a proportionate loan for 2 months of secure storage. Until that time, they repay the original sum to me plus the agreed interest. Their items are happily returned.
But what happens if they don't pay you the money?
Then the items are offered for sale in my shop, as you can see on the shelves behind me.
So you never sell items before the 2 months have passed, then?
That's right, ma'am, that's right. Which means more considerable responsibility rests on my shoulders. Should a customer's precious belongings be lost, the only recompense is for me to end it all. The very idea, Mr. Windbank, is an... The very idea, Mr. Windbank, is an absurdity.
Oops.
Forza is a good show. Pawn Stars would have a very different feel if they had this man's work ethic fucking right. I'd actually be interested in watching it if this man worked there. They could keep Chumley, though. I like Chumley. He's funny. He's funny because he's fat. It's super funny, guys. He's fat and fucks up a lot. It's really funny.
One should never talk of one's demise so casually.
Says the man who was telling us all it was a good day to die only this morning.
And let's not forget that I have already helped you take measures to ensure such a tragedy never occurs.
Oh, what sort of measures?
I engineered a simple device which Mr. Windbank has installed here in his shop. I call it the Red-Handed Recorder.
Being fat does not equal funny? No, but it does! Dusk, it totally does! It's always funny. It's always super funny. Fat people automatically equals comedy. It's hilarious.
Is that not so, Mr. Windbank?
You see, look at this guy. This guy's fat. Ha 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 ha! He wants to kill himself. It's funny. What was that deep sigh about? What on earth is a red-handed recorder? Did the 10-year-old girl invent a camcorder too?
Use your eyes, my dear fellow. There are two just below the ceiling.
I do see what appears to be a camera attached to some sort of timing device.
Very astute. This is indeed a camera, furnished with some hundred pieces of celluloid film.
Before we can go buy the bullets right out of his gun, don't trust him. He seems like a nice man. I would rather him not shoot himself. I'd like to buy that gun off him.
Every 30 minutes, precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop.
Oh, well, someone's gonna die here.
Here, I have an example I can show you. Ah, yes, print from the camera set to record this actively at the shop counter. I developed a special type of film, so sensitive it produces a crystal clear image even in the darkness.
Really? That's fucking witchcraft.
Yes, you can clearly see the counter and the door behind it. Look.
So you see, were someone to enter the premise with ill intent, his identity was summarily exposed.
But did you not say the photographic prints were taken at 30-minute intervals?
Indeed, as you say, madam.
Then what if the incident were to occur in between times?
One could only say that would be a cruel twist of fate. I must confess your devices have been giving me some cause for distress as of late. I beg your pardon, Mr. Windbank. Surely they're anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word you are looking for. It's the cost of the film, sir. You most graciously placed not one but 2 cameras in my shop after all, which means I must pay for nigh on 100 utterly useless prints every single day. I'm afraid the cost of the film will break me before I'm much older. Nevertheless, a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbrokery, no? My dear fellows, we are on the verge of an age where the safety and security come at a price. Oh, heaven help us.
I mean, if you were the one who insisted on it, maybe you should foot the bill for the photos if you're the one who's that concerned about it. Good God, the color is not even close. Jesus Christ, his is basically red. What the fuck, Sholmes, you goddamn dingus.
Mr. Sholmes, allow me to return your precious violin. Ah, the very thing! Thank you, Mr. Winterbank. Perhaps this might mark the end of the peculiar items you try to pop, Because if anything were to happen to one of them, this would be the only answer!
I really think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt.
Fear not!
Sorry?
I've only loaded a single bullet, so no one but myself could possibly be harmed.
Could they telegraph this any harder? That's not what I fucking meant!
Good day to you then, Mr. Winterbank. It's been a pleasure as always, Mr. Sholmes.
So, Mr. Naruhodo. Now we can explore it last.
Aw, dear. And before he accidentally kills himself, this is the final case, though. Would the final case be yet another goddamn accidental death? There's lots of Yankee Doodles right now. There is so much Yankee Doodle in the shop. I am the Yankee Doodle sweetheart. She is my Yankee Doodle girl. Yankee
Oops.
Doodle went to London just to buy a pony. I am the Yankee Doodle friend. Being suicidal is not a very funny character trait. Not really. No. I joke about the fat thing, but I would probably take that over. He's gonna kill himself. Hilarious. Where do I start? Good God.
Sir, I'd like to buy one bullet. Oh, sure, have mine. Hey, wait a minute.
Look at this stuff. Isn't it neat? Look at this stuff. Isn't it neat?
There's a little door hidden behind that curtain there.
That leads to the storage room, where Mr. Winterbank keeps articles that are currently in pawn.
Ah, I see.
There's nothing of particular interest inside. I certainly wouldn't recommend any loss in this activity.
Recommended or not, it's not something I tend to do.
But there is one key, and Mr. Winterbank keeps it in his pocket at all times. Before he sleeps, he places it into a small pot, which he slides under his pillow. How on earth do you know that, Mr. Sholmes? I am a detective, sir. It is my business to know what others do not. I am frequently assailed by information that I neither care for nor wish to retain.
Mr. Sholmes, you are a wonder.
And the prime suspect of this pawnbrokery is ever burgled. The prime suspect, if this place is ever burgled. Good God. Talking. Hard.
Look at that enormous ledger open on the counter there.
Mr. Winterbank, if nothing else, is very particular about recording the items he accepts.
He'd have to be, otherwise he'd get himself into all sorts of trouble. Which might explain the thing that catches my eye far more than any ledger. This revolver here.
Do not entertain even a single notion of pilfering an article herein, my dear fellow.
Should have stayed in there longer for a reaction image. Which one?
I assure you, Mr. Winterbank would not hesitate to draw that weapon with speed belaying his portly size.
Oh, you don't mean he'd...
Blow his brains out, indeed, in recompense for his blunder.
Constantly see my information I don't want to retain. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I do have that same problem. I can still probably get it later. Let's see, what time is it? It's 2 hours, 9 minutes, something seconds. Probably closer to 8. I'll find it.
Oh my. But in any case, of course we would never do such a thing. How could you even suggest it?
There are so many goddamn things in here. How do I know what's relevant?
Look at this. What could this lovely big shiny box be?
That, my dear madam, is a music box. Surely you've heard of such. You have such things in your own country.
Oh my, yes, but I've certainly never seen one so large before.
You'll get me a screen cap help? Hey, thank you.
Shall we listen a while?
Ah, what a sublime sound. It's like the music of angels.
I never heard anything like it before in my life.
This particular specimen is of the larger variety, commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There is a metal disc on the inside, which the notes are played and recorded. Simply by replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played.
My goodness, what a simply delightful machine.
Indeed, their popularity has waned recently with the development of the gramophone, of course.
Ah, science and technology advance at such an overwhelming pace.
That's fucking nothing, honey. Wait till we invent the iPhone. And we just on a constant spiral of stuff evolving after that. It is scary. It is genuinely scary how fast technology actually has progressed. A lot of people don't seem to realize just how crazy it is. But it is. I'm not going to say the anti-spirals may have had a point, but the anti-spirals may have had a point. Because we are genuinely growing too goddamn fast for our own good. That's not a calendar you could easily miss, is it? 15th of April, that's today's date. That's gonna be important in the murder. I'm sure.
Yes, that's not for sale, I must point out. It's an Easter child page-a-day calendar. Every night at midnight, I tear off the front page to reveal the following day's date. The perfect calendar for a tear-fairy fellow such as yourself, Mr. Winterbank.
And who was it who walked out of here with the wrong violin before? The human centipad. Don't be surprised if the human centipad is real at some point. Evolution is unstoppable until the 2010s? Yeah. Even now. Our phones are getting smaller and smaller.
Well, when the agreed storage period has passed without repayment, articles are revolted, you see.
There's so many goddamn British. Every single British voice I have sounds the same. I am so sorry. Voices are hard.
So to keep an eye on the date, it's something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say.
I'm trying to make him sound stuffier, but it's not working very well.
Oh yes, I can see you're very dedicated to your job.
I was promised flying cars! You know that commercial, Dusk? Fucking Ben Sisko going off about flying cars. I love that fucking ad. Oh my god. Sisko is best captain. I know he isn't actually Cisco. I know it's Avery Brooks, not Cisco. He's not the character, but whatever. Cisco is Cisco. Cisco is love, Cisco is life.
The power of the sun in the palm of my hand.
Small box on the shelf, okay.
One assortment of things that are on those shelves here. Crockery, footwear, clocks, watches. Almost anything you care to imagine.
Those are forfeited items offered for sale by the pawnbroker.
What does that really mean, though?
When you pawn, or colloquial pop an item, the broker loans you money against its worth. He stores the item for an agreed period of time, after which the loan must be repaid. If not, he is free to display it in his shop for sale, at a price of his choosing.
Oh yeah, you've explained it. I'm noticing little price tags on everything.
Of course, simply by paying the agreed interest of loan, one can extend the period of the safekeeping. So you may pawn that black garb of yours without fear, my dear fellow.
You just want me out of my clothes. My treasured university uniform? Never! It embodies my student pride and spirit. I don't know why I've shoehorned pride in there. Probably because of the naked thing. Small box on the shelf. I think I got that already. Or at least this entire shelf seems to count. Maybe that other box on the smaller table.
What do you suppose this enormous machine does?
Seems to have two little windows for looking through.
Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What you are looking at is a stereoscope.
A stereoscope. Fascinating!
It is aptly named, I assure you. Looking through this eyepiece and see for yourself.
Oh, I should be delighted to. Excuse me a moment while I just have a look.
Just before you do, there is something I should point out. My dear fellows, in order to see the image properly, stereoscopically as it were, you will need to go cross-eyed. However, that is beyond you. It is of little consequence today.
Alright then, I'm gonna try it. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, you must see!
Alright then. So I need to be cross-eyed, like I'm trying to look at my own nose. What the? I don't believe it. Who? That's just one of the jurors from the other day, right? It's just a photographic proof, but it seems like you can reach out and touch it. Oh no, oh that part. That's what they, of course that's what they're surprised about.
Yes, the sense of depth is startling, is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads.
I can't do it. Yeah, I have a hard time. This used 3D in the original? Oh, of course. Also, I just remember what that fucking reference was from. I'm done with Marvel. I'm kind of done with Marvel's bullshit after Avengers Endgame, but I do want to see the new Spider-Man, if the rumors are true, about fucking Doc Ock coming back and Tobey Maguire. I would love to see Tobey Maguire again. It'd be pretty kino. It's not... Is it not true? No, Doc Ock is confirmed. At the very least, Doc Ock is real. It's just the other shit that's not confirmed. Oh, you don't want to hope? Okay, fair enough. Being a pessimist, that's fine.
They're often found in little stalls in the park. People queue for hours to see them.
Why? Why are people meddling with such black magic?
It is no magic, my dear madam. It is, well...
I have still not watched Far From Home, no. Have fun with fives, S2.
Far too complicated to explain at present. We shall save this lesson for another day.
Oh.
Witchcraft. I told you.
Look at this, whatever could it be used for?
You don't hate MCU Spider-Man, but one, you're a Spider-Man, and two, they're very vanilla so far. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, I thought Homecoming was okay. Still have not seen Far From Home. I like the new Spider-Man. I like, oh, I can't remember the actor's name. I feel bad. Tom Holland, is that it? I like him okay as Peter, especially teenage Peter, but I would love to see Tobey Maguire again. If that actually happens, then I might set foot in the movie theater again to see that film. Hell, even if Tobey's not back, seeing Doc Ock again will be fun.
I have no idea.
Ah. There's a small catch just here, look.
Tom Holland's an amazing actor. You just feel his Peter is very tame. That's fair, yeah. No, like I said, my favorite is still Tobey. Tobey will always be my favorite, but I think Tom does a good job. We're going to open it, aren't we?
Oh my, that's amazing. It's some sort of spring-loaded mechanism.
Which we'll never manage to put back the way we found it.
What are you two doing?
What? Us? Nothing? No, nothing at all. You're having pizza, JC? Very nice. I had steak for dinner. It was delicious. Kind of fatty, but delicious. Had to eat around a lot of fat. But still got some good stuff. And Tommy was happy. Yeah, my cat only has the most patrician of taste. In addition to constantly smothering me in my sleep, he has the most patrician taste in food. He likes chicken and steak. Oh, it's a Spider-Man reference. Oh, fair enough. I need to watch the Raimi movies again. It's been forever. Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. I feel as though I've seen something rather similar to this somewhere.
What? Only top spot? I ain't fat and you know it. Oscar's belly with a penny mesh I cannot offer more.
Who's arguing? Sounds like there's an argument brewing over by the counter.
Come on, that can't be right. Even our butchers at it. I've seen all I need to see, young girl.
Who's who? Oh, fuck! Wait. I know you. Your cat's allergic to poultry? Oh, that sucks.
Oh, yes, it's the young lady from Mr. McGilded's trial 2 months ago.
You're upset because of the systematic problems with the new Spider-Man, like Tony basically kidnapped a boy without telling Aunt May. Yeah. Yeah, the logistics of putting a teenager in harm's way is kind of fucked up when you really stop and think about it.
Her name's Dina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, and even people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket.
You trying to sell stolen goods, honey? You just rewatched them this week, too. It's even better than you remember because it feels speed and maturity. It really does, yeah. Yeah, 2's my favorite as well. So fucking good. I don't trust this girl, me neither. We never did find... Again, somebody had to have fucked with the evidence when the smoke bomb went off. Somebody fucked with the carriage, or the omnibus. And it was either her, before she got caught by the cops, or McGill had paid off the guards, and someone there did it. Either way, she is clearly pretty heavily involved. I do not trust her at all.
Guards and Bennett, you lot! Hello, Miss Lestrade. Hope you've been well. What? You remember then, do ya?
Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure.
So, what are you doing in here? Down not like the rest of us? Nothing to eat? Come to pop back a weasel? Sorry, coat have ya?
What is it about my black uniform that makes everyone think I want to sell it?
Ah, good day, unless I'm mistaken. You would be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade launcher.
Ah, Mr. Shrums.
I can get Far From Home on YouTube. If I'm gonna watch it, I might as well get it on get it on Blu-ray to go with the rest of my MCU collection, which was I have all the MCU stuff on Blu-ray, except for Captain Marvel and Far From Home, and anything else that's come out since then I'm not aware of. It's like, Spider-Man's cool. I'll get the Blu-ray. Could probably get it cheap at Walmart these days. It's been out so long.
So you have something of value to pawn, do you? Allow me to see the article, and I shall negotiate with Mr. Windbag on your behalf.
Pawn the other one. I don't need help from some stuck-up D. Get out of my business. Go on or I'll make trouble for you.
Far From Home's not bad, but you have your issues with it, yeah. That's what I've heard.
As you wish, Miss Lestrade. I will happily remove myself from your presence.
Captain Marvel skipping. Oh, I have no intention of ever watching that film. I know all I need to know. I've seen the interviews. I've seen other people's reviews. I've seen articles. I've read quotes from that actress, who I think might be an idiot. I've seen all I need to see. He's really done it. He's gone.
I'm sorry, Princess, there really is no room for negotiation here.
What's that thing he has in his hand? Some kind of metal disc? She's the Kasumi of Infinity War? That's... Minato? Kasumi felt less shoehorned in. That's my single biggest issue with Captain Marvel. Even putting aside all the writing issues with how people treat the character these days, and just how she's devolved into a very, very poor interpretation of what male producers think feminism actually is. Even putting all that aside, my single biggest issue with Captain Marvel is the fact that they shoehorned her into the end of Phase 1. Or you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean. Since fucking people like Captain America and Iron Man are gone now anyway, why did they just not wait until after Infinity War to introduce her? Or Endgame, rather. If they had just waited and done her origin story as happening after all of that mess, and had her be like the new figurehead of the MCU, I would have been a lot more okay with her. But they didn't do that. They tried to retcon her into existence as if she's always been around and always been super important, and I can't stand that shit. Because it's so fucking transparent and bullshit. Also, Scarlet Witch is way cooler. Just saying.
And you, go on, leave me alone.
Oh, Miss Lestrade, just pretend we aren't here. We shan't be offended in the slightest.
Susanna-san can really stand her ground when she wants to.
Whatever.
The movie in general is bad. You have the amnesia trope, and that movie's a perfect example of why does it use amnesia badly. I didn't even know that. God.
Somehow I didn't really think you were the sort of person who'd use a pawnbroker, Miss Lestrade.
Yeah, well, I am alright. I'm a Londoner just like everyone else here. That a problem, is it?
No, not at all.
Who's worse, Captain Marvel or Marie? One, okay, that's how... One, that's stupid. Nick Fury got his eye patch because Miss Marvel's cat scratched him. One, that's asinine. Two, who's worse, Captain Marvel or Marie? I would rather be shot in the face than have to deal with either of those characters. Fuck both of them. They're both trash. They're both trash for very different reasons. But they are both trash nonetheless.
No, not at all. It's just that, well,
Oh, I get it. I know what you're thinking. That thing probably doesn't even belong to her. Probably got in the dive, didn't she? Yeah, I can see it written all over your Chevy Chase.
Well, I might have been thinking something along those lines, yeah.
Marie from P4. Are there any good female superheroes with a movie at this point? Wonder Woman got hers ruined by the second movie. Again, I love Scarlet Witch, but she didn't get a movie. She got Disney Plus, so that sucked. Good female heroes with a movie. Literally just the first Wonder Woman. Literally the first Wonder Woman, that's literally it. Like, what else is there? Fucking Catwoman? Oh, that's
Oops.
fucking... Does Alien count? I mean, Eleanor Ripley is definitely my hero. She's just not a superhero in the traditional sense. Is Black Widow bad? I have not seen Black Widow's film, and I probably won't ever. Black Widow herself is okay. Black Widow's a... I hate the fact
Oops.
that Black Widow got interesting. They finally made Black Widow interesting by the time we got to Endgame. Slowly but surely, she was becoming cooler over the course of the movies. She was at her best in Endgame, and then they killed her. And I assume her movie's a prequel, so she won't be as interesting. So I'm just like, whatever. Check stream chat, what'd you do? You got me a good screen cap pro help? Thank you. Thank you very much. I will get some use out of that.
You're not going to deny it, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, beautiful. Jux got the hammer edit. Perfect. Thank you, Jux. It's beautiful. You saw Black Widow but didn't see the beginning of the other movie? Ah. So you were confused the entire time. Oh, Jesus.
Alright then, I'm just gonna come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people?
Well, I don't know how best to answer that, really.
That means yes.
Suppose. Sometimes. You're not going to deny it either, Miss Lestrade? But not this time, all right? I swear. That thing belongs to me.
The disc that Mr. Winterbank is holding. I'd like to see what he has to say about all this. Black Widow movie is kind of bad, not terrible. You'll take it over Captain Marvel, but a lot of good ideas wasted. That's a shame. It would have been nice if it somehow ended up being good, but just I have no faith in Marvel going forward. I was gonna say, yeah, that has to be the thumbnail. I was gonna make it Soseki-san doing a pose, but this is better.
Mr. Winterbank, what exactly is this metal disc that Miss Lestrade has brought in? It seems to have hundreds of tiny little bumps on its surface.
Oh, this is a music disc, you see, for inside inside a music box.
A music box?
What? You don't even know what a music box is? Eastern Lot ain't too savvy, eh?
I know what a music box is. I've just never seen one of these discs before.
The small protrusions on the middle disc encode the tune to be played by the music box. You simply insert the disc and set the machine going, and beautiful music plays.
It's so incredible. Tell us, what tune is on this disc?
Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. There are so many different types of music box, you see. British-made, German, Swiss. I have no way of knowing which particular machine this disc was made for.
Ah, I see.
And that's it in a nutshell. I wouldn't have any customers for an item like this, even if the young lady forfeited it. Really, I'm offering more than I should at a penny.
That's a packet of lies. It told me it did. It said it was well.
He? He who? Is it finally coming back to this? Is this how McGilded paid you? Would you not be suspicious? It's like he's publicly known as a fucking wealthy ass motherfucker. Why would he pay you in a disc rather than cash?
Never you mind. It just ain't right, that's all. That disc worth good money, I know it is.
Well, then you'll have to try your luck at another pawnbroker's, won't you?
We have a music box right here. Can we at least try and see what's actually on it to see if we get lucky? Because if that is who gave it to her, you know, you bet your sweet bippy it's gonna be important.
She's been in before, of course, this little tatabalium.
I see.
And bought some dubious article or other with her every single time, I might add.
Hee-hoo!
Hee-ho?
Trying not to complain about comic accuracy, but when they did Taskmaster, nope. Is Taskmaster in Black Widow? Ugh.
Dubious, what are you trying to say? I'm an honest customer, me.
So is there something dubious about the disc she bought in today?
Well, if only it was that simple.
I'm sorry? What do you mean?
What she actually bought in was a storage ticket.
A storage ticket? So, Miss Lestrade has actually come to redeem an article from you today, is that right? Yeah, that's right. A girl like me has a lot of stuff who needs storing.
Alright, yeah, that's definitely dubious.
The article in question would have been forfeited at midnight tonight. But as she gave me the ticket for it, and repaid both the loan and the interest, I was obliged to return the article to her.
But what was the article? Do tell us, Mr. Winterbank.
The little scamp is wearing it now, madam.
It's the overcoat that she redeemed. Oh.
Oops.
You assume McGilded paid her an experience? Well, he was gonna pay us. Even after we went against him a couple times at the trial, he was still prepared to pay us a shit ton of money. So I imagine he would pay her actual money. Except I have a thought. No, it looks a little big on you, ma'am. I don't think that's actually yours. I think you were asked to pick that up. By someone who's no longer with us, mayhaps? Thinking emoji.
What? What's wrong with that? It fits, don't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does.
Hmm? Oh, I already said it. No, obviously you don't confirm or deny. I said it. Like, I have no idea what that would mean. I have no idea why that would be a thing or how that would be important to whatever the hell's gonna go wrong. Something bad's gonna happen to this goddamn pawn shop. Obviously. And I believe it's gonna have to somehow tie into what happened with Big Gilded. I think he paid her... No, because he also gave her the disc. I don't know. Like, I don't know what it would accomplish. Having her pick this up for him, especially now that he's fucking dead. Just a thought.
So what about the disc then? How does that all come into this?
Oops.
That's the only thinking emoji you have right now. Oh dear. We need more emotes. Good God, we've got to get more viewers. We need to have thinking emojis. We need to have that one Ryunosuke image as an emote on Twitch.
Ah, the disc is something else, a no article to pawn, and the girl and I kind of can agree on a price.
Okay, so she came to pick that up and brought that in. I'm confused. I thought you said she bought in a storage ticket today. I was gonna say, especially that phrasing. She bought in a storage ticket. Does that mean she's not the person who originally dropped it off? She was just asked to pick it up eventually. Perhaps after a certain crime had blown over?
It's really quite simple. Yes, the child bought me a storage ticket, and the money owed on it, as you say.
For this heavy black coat, which you returned to her care, as I understood it.
That's right, yes, and rather unsurprisingly, as soon as the little ram ran off and put the thing on, she went rifling through the pockets.
Oh. Okay, yeah, so he wouldn't have paid her with the disc. It just happened to be in the coat. Okay. Oh, you mean...
What? Don't you know it's rude to stare at a lady? I see. So it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it?
If you mean this disc, then yes, exactly, ma'am.
Yeah, it's totally not her coat, because she has no fucking idea what the disc even is.
And she immediately tried to pawn it.
For quite a high price as well. This is all rather suspicious, I think, yeah. So he probably arranged with her, I'm not sure how the hell it got here in the first place, but like he probably arranged with her to pick it up and said that your payment will be in the pocket.
Give it up and try to pawn something off like anyone else would.
Mr. Straight, may I ask you who deposited the overcoat here in the first place? Yeah, thank you.
Well,
me. Doesn't really look... It's way too big for you. It's so fucking obvious, sweetie. Even my dumbass picked up on it.
Me old man! It's me old man's, ain't it? Is it, Miss Lestrade?
Oops.
It's probably McGilda's mixtape. I was trying to think of a good Irish-themed rap. I don't think there is such a thing, sadly. This is definitely rather sus.
Out of my way, please!
Who? Oh my. Who is this picture postcard English gentleman? What is this, man? Ghost gentleman? I was gonna say, who is this Batman villain? Zeppeli. He's very fancy. He looks like fucking Carlos from Zero Time Dilemma. Michael Jackson. If we think that's appropriate.
Good day to you, ladies and gentlemen. What's your problem, eh?
I was gonna say, yeah, why the fuck did that guy show up in case 4? What the fuck is that guy's deal? I'm telling you, they put him solely in the game to fuck with me. I love Carlos. Carlos is wonderful. He's one of the best things about ZTD.
There's no problem as long as you remove yourself. I'm about to discuss with the proprietor. And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shan't see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserved.
Look, ain't it obvious? I ain't done talking with him yet. If you think you're such a gent, you ought to know you should wait in line.
Well, that's ignorant. You're being ignorant. You're a nippy little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket.
Eh? Who are you? How do you know who I am?
The question is, how do you not know who I am? You haven't the courtesy to even remember the faces of your victims, it seems.
What? You mean, from you?
Broker!
Yes, sir.
I believe this filthy pickpocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no?
Why, yes.
The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once.
Okay, never mind. I was way fucking off track.
Oh my! Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull?
Give me back my overcoat, you rascal. And needless to say...
Oh my god, he is Zeppeli! Yeah, we're keeping Corey Haim. I was uncertain, but now, yeah. It stays.
And a music box disc, too.
No, you can't have it. You just can't. It's my old man's, or it was. Now it's mine.
Goodness, Mr. Naruhodo. This is a very awkward situation. Yeah. I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail. Mr. Straight, is what the gentleman's saying?
What do you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. I swear to my life, I ain't never laid eyes on that dandy before.
Let's hear it now, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? That ticket you bought in just now.
No, I swear it. I swear to God.
It was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street, minding my own business, when this little gutterling ran into me. I knew at once what had happened. I played Yakuza. I've been robbed yet again, I thought to myself. Those wretched pickpockets.
Yet again? Maybe if he didn't walk around town dressed like Corey Haim.
Yes, as you see, I am a man of impeccable style. This isn't the first time I've been targeted by these back-slum scoundrels. Woo! Now then, relinquish my overcoat.
Come now, Mr. Straight, give the good gentleman his coat back. If we're going to cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the police.
Hold on, why does everyone think it's me? Just look at this dandy cove. You think I'm the dodgy one?
I'm sorry, but no one's going to believe you.
Well, what about evidence? Yeah. Where's your evidence I've stolen something, eh? Come on, let's have it.
Oops.
Yeah, so we've got George Joestar, pre-falling in love with Jonathan Speedwagon, and now weird Dandy Zeppeli. So what's the thumbnail? I think it has to be Jux's edit with the guy with the 4 kids hammer. It's sad. Again, this is the other reason I hate the way I've ended up spacing these out, because I lose out on so many good fucking thumbnail opportunities.
Oh, I have evidence naturally.
How'd she pick a pocket in a whole coat? She didn't pickpocket the coat. She pickpocketed a ticket from his coat, allegedly, and used that to redeem here.
You what, mate?
Evidence of the article Miss Lestrade redeemed actually belongs to... The article Miss Lestrade redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman.
Of course, we need only consult Mr. Winterbank's ledger to know the truth. We'll be able to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place.
I'm guessing it's neither. I think it's fucking McGilded.
Yes, brilliant! I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Oh?
I never ask customers' names. It's a strict policy of mine.
That's a stupid fucking policy, excuse me? Why the fuck not?
Well, now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. A great many of them prefer to maintain anonymity.
Yes, I see. But then how can you know if the article belongs to the person asking to redeem it?
Oh,
Oops.
it's quite simple.
If I stop soon, I can still get an image of this man for the next VOD. Ah.
Good, sir. Might I trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question?
Oh, you have a password system. Okay, okay, that's fine then.
Of course, it's... Shimona! Woo! Professor.
Yes, that's right. All the evidence we need. This gentleman is the rightful owner of the article. Without a doubt.
A watchword? Interesting. You been reading Neo fanfics, Bonato? Any good ones? So about these watchwords, Mr. Winterbank.
As I just explained, I never ask customers' names when they deposit items with me. There are many reasons why. Certain customers would like to keep their activities secret.
Wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Sholmes now, was it?
Great detectives have no dark secrets. None at all.
Yes, well, anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like the secret combination of numbers used to unlock a vault. The date of the deposit, a description, and a watchword uniquely identify each item. And of course, then I give a storage ticket to a customer. When someone comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword.
And if that someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article. That means she knew the right one too, though, right? So what the fuck?
Yes, that's right, just as soon as the prerequisite fee is paid.
And I have supplied you with the information you require already. But for the avoidance of doubt, the article in question is an overcoat deposited 2 months ago on 15th February. With the watchword of Professor.
A lot of other one-shots are only on the first and second chapters, damn.
All perfectly correct information, sir.
But oh!
Yeah, she seems genuinely surprised. I still think I'm actually on the right track. Thinking it was fucking McGilded.
Really, this is beyond a joke now. There's no further room for doubt.
Ugh. Hi, pup. Oh, this your husbando? Give it a second. Excuse me, but who the fuck are you?
One would expect the inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you are not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you.
Oh, sorry, yeah. We're from the Empire of Japan. We're staying here.
Oh yes, Japan. I've heard talk of the place.
Shamona!
Its inhabitants live on some fiery, brown-colored soup dressed up with exotic spices.
I was gonna say, Bump, yeah, the quickest never mind ever. You hear the way he talks and then he JoJo poses? Just the 1-2 punch, nope. You might be thinking of somewhere else. What was that theatrical gesticulation all about? I want to see this guy do a one-man performance of Jekyll and Hyde.
Perhaps. Anyway, if you are a gentleman, sir, you offer your own name first before inquiring the name of another.
Of course, yes. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer and, well, a student of the law.
My name is Susato Mikotoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's assistant. I see. My name is Benedict. Yeah.
Oh, that's awful. That's actually awful. One, Eggert. They named him Eggert. 2, Eggs Benedict. The fan translation was just Egg Benedict. Oh, this is trash. Yes, Eggert Benedict. Oh my fucking god.
Enchanté.
He's so refined in how he holds himself and how he speaks, but that name is suspicious. Almost like he just fucking made it up, because it's literally Eggs Benedict. That is my grandma's favorite way to have her eggs.
Now to the matter at hand. My overcoat. Return it at once to someone with the style to carry it off.
Every move he makes, every breath he takes, I can't stand watching him! Yeah, this really looks like it belongs to him. This really looks like something this guy would wear. I'm sure this isn't a bait and switch.
So let that be an end to the matter. And thank you for your custom, Mr. Egbert Benedict, sir.
Simone! With such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back.
It's gonna be very hard to not have this man be a thumbnail. But the 4Kids hammer is too good.
This is why I hate grown-ups. Adults bad. Just because I'm a diver, everyone thinks that makes me a liar. I'm also a stutterer. And the contents of the coat pockets, if you please, broker.
Imagine if I'm fully committed to every man he called dibs on. Imagine if there were no take-backs. How screwed would Pump be? What was the other one that happened with recently? That happened with somebody else. He almost called dibs on.
But of course, sir, here's the dish you asked
Oops.
for.
We can have both, like, Samuel Jackson. I can try. If there's, like, a clear version of his sprite making one of the poses, I could put him in the corner or something. Horseman? Oh, yeah, the Horseman! That's right, yeah!
Just this one?
I beg your pardon, sir.
I was expecting another. That is, I deposited another.
Yeah, you're full of shit. You're full of shit, sir. What the fuck is your goal in this, then, if I'm right about it being McGilded? Who tried to set this up? Thinking emoji. Did he also call dibs on Mr. Rias? Oof. Oof. Oh, God. Bump, I'm so sorry. Oh, dear. Don't pity you. I'm sorry. Pump, it's fine. I have shitty taste in men, too. I married Hubert. I'm also a Gojo simp. Another disc?
Oh, well, oh dear. I regret to inform you, sir, that what was deposited with me was merely the overcoat. The disc happened to be one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now.
So, Gardeling, you're hiding more of what's rightfully mine, are you? Says Uwe. I don't know nothing about it. Very well.
You're not gay, but Ankh is a good choice.
Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. You're never gonna get a piece of this again. Ow! Wait a minute, that disc is mine. Fight! Fight! Hey! What do you think you're doing, you little tramp?
That's rude.
You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Oh my! Shit, there is blood on the disc.
Because all those sharp little bumps. Man must have scratched his finger on them.
I found it first, alright? I mean, it belonged to me old man. So you're not having it. Oh, you take it.
Me?
If I hang on to it, they'll have it off me again. So you keep hold of it.
Miss Lestrade, this is illegal. Why is this so important to her?
You there, in the black livery. Hand that to me at once, please. No, don't. He's lying. Grown-ups are all liars.
You know I'm 23, right? Mysterious. Almost makes up for him being a child abuser asshole. Learn something cool. What'd you learn, bestie? What do I do now? How am I gonna resolve this? Welcome back, Blanco. Shit's fucked. Do I fucking leave? What do I do? I'll do it if you tell me who you actually got it from and confirm my suspicions. I know tramp used to be homeless just to be a term for homeless people, hence Lady and the Tramp, but still. Still, oof. Both versions of the Thousand Dog are actual products. The super high-tech version costs $3,000. What the fuck? Those are real? Oh god. I will never afford one. Wow, Miss Lestrade's really looking daggers at that mysterious gentleman. I need to do something to calm things down. We should lose control and tax him again. Look at those piercing eyes. He's clearly in no mood to talk. Let's do something quickly, before he leaves to fetch the police. Look who's joining Sam's show. Oh, is this the Guilty Gear character? Who is it? Is it Biken?
Oops.
That's a big-ass ponytail. That looks like it might be Biken. Say you'll break the disc in half and see the reaction. Wendabank, what do you make of this bullshit? He's clearly at a loss here. Gotta do something. Sholmes, help! Mr. Sholmes! What are you examining with such keen interest there? You enjoyed a bar of caramel, I see. So, you found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry? After that young pickpocket sent me on my way, I was forced to look in the shadows. Cruelly ostracized as the rest of you partook in the jovial atmosphere of fellowship. I had nothing to occupy my mind. I was too ashamed to let society see my downfall, what my downfall had done to me. So feigning mock interest, I pretended to examine the tedious trinkets in this desolate place. Whilst, as you shrewdly observed, gnawing on the only friend I have left, this 7% solution of caramel. Pray, do you claim to understand the depths of my despair, Mr. Naruhodo? How could you? I'm sad. I'm actually very sad these two have the lowest fanfic count. This is great. I was so lonely! So desperately lonely! Then why didn't you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse, you know. Yes, I overheard much of your conversation. Or rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word of what was uttered. You really were sad, weren't you?
Poor Mr. Sholmes, I simply feel awful for you.
It would seem that my inferences are correct.
Oh? Surely you're not about to tell us that you solved the entire case once again.
Your phone wanted to autocorrect from despair to Despacito? Oh, God. That's bad on you, Minato. Why you typing Despacito that much? My dear madam, sometimes I wonder, were my genius for deduction to be condemned?
Yes. How much could I pawn it for?
The robot dog's brand name is the Ibo. That's adorable. Sherlock, why are you eating chocolate?
Because I've lost control of my life, boy.
Seems Mr. Sholmes had another one of his flashes of inspiration. Who knows if it'll help resolve the situation between Miss Lestrade and the mysterious gentleman? Well, what's the right thing to do here? At great personal risk.
Well, Mr. Lestrade, it would appear you find yourself in something of a predicament.
What in the blazes have you been then?
Pardon?
When a lady's in trouble, a true gent's supposed to be there to help. Straight away. Not an hour later.
Harsh.
And who, pray tell, are you?
Mr. Egbert Benedict. You have, in my eyes, a veritably encyclopedic array of curiosities about your person.
You would name it Thousand Pretend Guy never existed. Good idea.
Nevertheless, there are two immovable conclusions I have drawn.
I beg your pardon.
The first is this. The true reason for your visit to the pawnbrokery today is something you have not yet revealed. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation, one you will orchestrate with intent to steal a vast sum of money.
Oh, Sholmes has been a JoJo character.
Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deductions?
How?
He turned white as a hard-boiled egg!
It would seem that once again, Mr. Sholmes has made a flawless deduction.
Just who do you think you are, sir?
Ah, yes, as I hoped. That is precisely the paint expression I was looking for.
He's got big Joseph energy.
So, shall we begin?
It's a pose-off. It's a pose-off.
The time has come for yet another Sherlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. The game is afoot.
You do have great taste. You like this idiot, Pump? You do like this idiot.
First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured into this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen off you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As you remember, that which you held in your hand. Yes, what brought you to the shop in the first place. The staff recruitment flyer. The piece of paper in your hand is a staff wanted advertisement from this very shop. Yet even the most unobservant would soon realize that a man of your appearance has no need of such employ. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions.
They also made a robot cat called Mars Cat. That's kawaii as shit.
In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane which you unwittingly clutch in your person is an incontrovertible contradiction.
What utter rot! I've had this cane for years.
And unlike some people, I don't feel the need to eat it.
Contradiction which I speak of course, the missing ferrule. Ferrule? I don't know what a part of a cane is called. The end of any walking cane would be terminated with a metal ferrule to protect the wooden tip. And yet detailed analysis shows the wooden tip of this stick to be utterly bare. Therefore, there's only one conclusion. The rod you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong?
I
And in your recoiling, you have inadvertently facilitate the answer to the next conundrum you present itself.
Feral Goro, oh dear.
Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear?
I was not prepared to spend the day talking about an Eggman's rod.
Yes, your reaction betrays the truth.
Also, I will get some sip in a minute. I'm out of sip currently. I'll take a break once the dance and deduction's over.
The handle which you evidently like to conceal is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. For the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. What walking king demands such a stout handle? Mused I. But of course, as I said, it is no walking cane.
Episode title, Eggman's Rod.
No, that rod is the broken handle of a shovel.
What? Are you insane?
And now, having determined this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motive coming here was to take employment at this establishment and excavate the ground beneath the premises. What a calculated crime you have conceived, sir! A wickedly calculated crime! Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning.
Being employed is a crime. I think more about the digging thing. I don't know what he's about to say is under the building that he'd be interested in digging for, but hey. Or would be very good if he wants something to have a connection with, but afraid to actually have to feed it. Yeah, definitely. Definitely be good for therapeutic purposes for like it'd be good for like therapy purposes for like people who need something like that, but can't be can't take care of a pet on their own for whatever reason, like any kind of like learning disabilities and stuff like that. Be brilliant. We need to we need to work on making robot pets cheaper immediately. They're a good idea. Technology. I was talking about how fast you advance earlier. Get on that one.
This is utterly absurd! You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pawnbroker with a broken shovel? What on earth do you propose I could find there? Woo! Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose?
Oh my god, they're adorable. That's so cute. Sad part is a lot of people are afraid of robots. Yeah, Terminator. And 01. It happens. But hey, it'll be fine. If Skynet takes over, they take over.
Save for such a fanciful theory, what possible reason could I have to do as you say?
Oh, but there is ample reason. As you are the only well too aware, Mr. Benedict. Your furtive glaze is more telling than I could have hoped.
What?
I can't get over how much he looks like Carlos. It's actually fucking with me a little bit. I miss Carlos.
Let us consider what would motivate a man to infiltrate a shop such as this and covertly dig beneath its floor. The answer is revealed by the council notice on the counter with which your eyes have inadvertently been drawn.
Big time rush, Carlos? No. The Sherlock guy, he is incredibly flamboyant, bestie. This is, I've not seen much Sherlock media, but this is certainly the most flamboyant Holmes I've ever seen. Carlos from Zero Time Dilemma. We'll meet him someday. I still have to play through this at some point for y'all.
This letter gives notice of public works and can be carried out in the local area. And according to the enclosed plan of the upcoming sewage works, beneath this shop runs a sewer that adjoins another, one that runs out of the bank of the opposite side of the road.
This madness has entered the sewers now, has it?
By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you would gain access to the waterway, and finally defeat those blasted Ninja Turtles and their evil nunchucks, which are highly illegal here for some reason. Also, the water that flows in very close proximity to the Great Bolted financial institution opposite.
What the fuck are you talking about?
In summary, sir, you devised a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by dint of underway tunnels and get rid of those blasted turtles once and for all.
Master plan!
Which brings us last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. With what plunder did the thief hope to make off with from the underground vault of the bank?
Are you quite serious?
Your friend finished playing ZTD. Funny thing is, he didn't play the previous games. Why would you start with ZTD? Oh, dear. Oh, that poor bastard. Carlos caused the apocalypse just to see his friends again. Imagine shipping something so hard, you cause the apocalypse just to make sure they can be together and happy. Good God.
Having consulted with Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally, the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict?
He thought it was the first one. Oh, dear.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Allow me to present something a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know.
A postcard of the Great Expedition? I'm afraid you've quite lost me. Exhibition, not expedition.
Currently, in the final stages of preparation, the Great Exhibition will soon be underway. And the government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. Funds that currently sit in the vault of the bank. On the other side of this road.
Pardon?
Yes, the considerable crime you've been contemplating is the theft of that which sits in the vault of that bank. The special reserve funds for the Great Exhibition. Of course, that's top secret police information, so keep it under your hat, please.
He's so stupid. He's so fucking stupid. He's perfect.
Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this pawnbroking puzzle.
In Japan, the game is just called Zero Escape Kazuchikoshi. You just really like that name, that's fair. He's so smart. Can't stop thinking about those robot animals. Think they have soft plastic? I would hope so. Again, they would have if they were invented to be, if they were made cheaper to be used for like therapy purpose, like I suggested, then they'd have to be like made of softer material. Oh shit! That's not even, it's Sholmes. No it's not even a contest. Goro? No. Naoto? Hell no. No one's even close. This is the greatest detective ever. Junpei Iori? Pah! Get out of here. Ain't got nothing on this man. Mr. Sholmes. Can we buy a shovel? No reason? Sure.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, an impressively upbeat deduction for a detective racked with loneliness, would you not agree?
Was it true that what you said about the bank over there? What it has in the vault?
Indeed, though few know of its existence, it's one of the government's most closely guarded secrets. Gregson told me in the strictest confidence.
But you just announced it to everybody in the shop. Rather loudly.
Ah.
So the Sherlock has all the weirdness, but he's not as smart. Here's the thing. He's smart, but he's straight up like got ADHD or some shit. He's smart. He's noticing all the right things, but he's not processing the information properly. And it leads him to draw incredibly stupid conclusions like this. He also is genuinely a very good inventor, yeah. Schultz versus Gunshoe, please. He is the smartest dumb man I've ever seen. I regret to inform you that I started Ace Attorney. Only have thoughts for this man? Same. Relatable. Jumping to conclusions, basically, yeah. That line about being wrecked with loneliness was way better in the fan translation. Uh-oh.
That logic was hard. You'd hardly believe this detective is single and lonely.
Oh. Oh. We gotta get Sholmes a booty call. Where's his Watson? Fucking dead. His Watson was the victim of the first case. Oh, God. Yeah, fan translation wins. He calls our logic hot and then talks about how he's single and lonely. I see the signs. Father figure my ass. If it's such a big secret, how would Mr. Benedict have come to find out about it? Our Bobby and Sholmes would be good friends. Oh, they'd be wonderful together.
There can be but one explanation for that. Clearly it's because the man is a criminal.
But what if he didn't know anything about the money in the vault? If he is a criminal, as you said, then buying a brand new shovel is sure to be the first thing he does now that you've revealed the secret.
Oh.
Or if he doesn't, Maybe Mr. Winterbank will. He already has plenty of shovels here, after all.
In my life, I assure you, I'm not so unscrupulous.
Watson had the brain cell. Watson had the brain cell.
Ah, well, hopefully this has taught you a valuable lesson. Sensitive information must be handled with the utmost of care. One can never be sure that someone privy to secrets will disclose them, and once the word is out, it's out.
Your mom said she'll buy you the Super Edition of the Power Rangers fighting game. Ah, you lucky bastard. I still don't even own that game. Emma would just explode if she had to work with these people. Oh my god. Emma is the actual smartest detective.
Oops.
Everyone else is so dumb. You think Sherlock may be Ryuji's ancestor? Wrong game, but yeah, sure. Makes sense. Watson was his essential partner. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm guessing Watson is the one who kind of helped point him in the right direction before we came along. Perhaps I'll think twice before confiding in you next time, Mr. Sholmes.
An excellent idea, Mr. Horror. An excellent idea. I can't be trusted as far as you can throw me, and you couldn't throw me very far. I got big man titties.
Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, you know what to do, I'm sure. Yeah, let's listen to What the Great Deduction again. Clavier's too smart to be related to him. I was gonna say, yeah. He looks so much like Clavier and has some of his mannerisms, but generally speaking, yeah. Clavier is smarter than him. Let's see if we can massage it into shape. Oh, hey, tea time.
Very well, then let us start once more from the beginning.
Get some music played so I can go to the bathroom and get a drink first. I promised to redeem a sip. Someone asked me to get some sip like 15 minutes ago. I gotta get some sip. I am out of water. And might as well use the bathroom while I'm up. There we go. I will get 2 sips. Gumshoe and Bobby were more competent than this man. Fucking right. It's insane. Like I said, again, genuinely, like, was actual Holmes, like, was he supposed to have, like, any kind of, 3 sips? Like, it genuinely feels like he's got ADHD or something, at least in this game. Not sure how accurate that is to the original, but yeah. Because, like, he's making very smart observations. He's noticing the right things. He just can't quite piece them together properly. He's basically me. He's basically me when I think I notice shit and get way too ahead of myself theorizing. Was Lang a detective? No, he's a clown. Lang doesn't count. Alrighty, let's see. Get that up there. Alright, I will be right back.
I'm back.
Sorry about that. I also had to feed Miko. she was in the living room licking her bowl clean, despite the fact that the bowl was empty. So I got her food, even though it is not her eating time at all. It's like, I get the feeling you might be desperate. What do you need, Dusk? Oh, Fire Emblem. Oh my god! Dancer Marianne is hot! Holy shit! Oh, she's beautiful. You get one of them for free, right? I know who I'm picking. Oh my god, she's lovely. I don't see the others. Why did Guy's dad spend all that money to buy Guy Bowser yet get pissy when Guy played with him? Fucking right, exactly, that's a huge plot hole, right, bestie? Yeah, when you actually realize how expensive those dogs are. Like, why get him the goddamn thing and then get pissy when he actually uses it? Yeah. I do, like I said, I do sympathize with the guy's shitty upbringing. I just wish they'd establish it sooner. Because it doesn't make him any less of an asshole when he's grown up. Alright, let's go. Also, Deduction Central, if you are still here, thank you very much for tuning out. You're fine for just lurking. No worries. I ain't offended. I got no problem with people lurking. What matters is people watching. People are under no obligation to chat. If more people had that attitude, then maybe we'd have more emote slots by now. That Marth is gross, not gonna lie. I do not like that color scheme on him at all. That gatekeeper is adorable. Good god. Nothing to report. That Erica is also nice. I don't know anything about Erica, but I like her design, and that outfit is very cute on her. Cool. Alright. I'll probably pick Marianne for my 3B. And then maybe try and get Gatekeeper if I feel like it. He summons Lorenz to attack? Does he actually? What the fuck? Okay. Alright, let's correct Sholmes. Sholmes, can you do me a solid and sing My Way again? Now that I'm exercising, maybe my singing won't be as shitty. And also the mic problem is fixed, so I won't peak as much. Maybe I can do it justice this time. So, by Mr. Sholmes' reasoning, Mr. Benedict came here in order to apply for a job, so we could dig down through the floor.
Yes, in an attempt to tunnel into the sewer to gain access to the money in the vault of the bank across the road.
Parents complain all the time about kids not playing with the stuff they ask for. Exactly, yeah, like it's normally the opposite problem. Like, parents buy stuff and then the kids ignore it. Guy's dad buys him this very expensive robot dog and then gets pissed when he likes his expensive robot dog. Like, what the fuck?
He wouldn't get very far with a broken shovel, though, would he?
No, I think it's fair to say his motives lie elsewhere. The question is where? What did bring Mr. Benedict here at this particular point in time? What's behind your back, sir? I guess it's not important. Uh-oh. Marianne summons a beast to attack? Ooh, nice. I actually don't know that. I can't check behind his back. He's just Carlos. He is actually just Carlos. I guess the cane? Look at his crotch. I can't. But what if I could? I can't look down that far. Alright, the cane then.
Take that!
Gonna make some tea secret. Enjoy. Uh-oh. Can't shake a book on its cover, as they say. Oh! This would appear melting way actually be before. As a man, you're desperate for money when you realize you had no real need for your cane. You bought it here today with the intention of pawning it for as much as the broker would give you. That deduction was wanting in every way. Yes! I was wanting you to hear it. I'm quite proud of it. I found myself wanting to have never heard it. I'm quite pained by it, in fact. That actually killed me a little inside. Relationship status over. Okay, I know. No, no, we were wrong, honey. It's a reference to her paralog, cool. Okay. Alright. Uh-huh. So yeah, somebody else, probably connected to McGilded, told him, hey, look for this thief girl. I will get another sip. Thank you, Caleb. You've finally done it? What have you done? Beat another game in your library? Very nice.
Look at all the scribbled notes on the back of the flyer here.
I don't believe it!
What is it?
Listen to what it says. Name, Gina Lestrade, height 5'2". Green cap, scuffy waistcoat, grubby white shirt, blue satchel, ragged. It's a detailed description of Miss Lestrade.
Goodness.
There's even a sketch of her, hat and all. Although if he showed it to her, she'd fire that smoke grenade launcher at his face for sure.
And look, the details of the shop have been written down here too. Winterbake's Pawnbrokery, Baker Street, redemption deadline 15th April.
Which is today's date. Why would he have all that information scrolling on the back of the piece of paper? I did not actually not mean to do that, because it's obviously this.
Take that!
Granted, I probably had to examine it first. But what brought you here to this shop in the first place is the info about Miss Lestrade. Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear that the writing and sketch on the reverse side of the flyer. Party to the pickpocket, Miss Lestrade, and to Windbake's Pawnbrokery here. You originally told us that you had merely given chase after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you. But that, sir, is a thinly veiled lie. Why do you look so mad? We're defending you right now. It's the information on the back of the flyer that led you here today, by which I mean here to Winterbake's Pawnbrokery, and today, the redemption deadline of that overcoat. So you waited outside for the ongoing matching description you have written down to arrive. And you have gone to some lengths to hide the reason for your pursuit of Miss Lestrade. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane which you have unwittingly clutched in your person exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction.
I've had this for years.
Contradiction of which I speak is, of course, lack of that thingy. What's a furl? Thank you.
It's the metal cap commonly found on the end of each cane, Mr. Naruhodo.
Ah, the bit that makes a nice clacking sound on the pavement.
Yes, exactly. Mr. Sholmes is right. It appears to be missing on this cane.
But it doesn't actually look broken, does it?
No, it doesn't. The gentleman certainly did recoil when Mr. Holmes identified the cane as suspicious.
In other words, there's some secret about the cane that Mr. Benedict would rather we don't know. There's some writing. AG. Look here, Mrs. Sato. There are some letters on the handle.
Yes, those must be initials, I think. In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their belongings with the letters of their first names. Or their first and last name.
So, Herlock Sholmes would be HS, you mean?
That's right. And the initials on this cane, obviously... Oh.
AG? Why do I feel as if that's not quite right? Of course, no one would be stupid enough to actually name their son Edgar.
Take that!
This contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the initialing. A most astute observation. What did you say, Mr. Eggert Benedict? Or should I say, Aggert Benedict? We are led to believe, sir, that your initials are EB. Yet in a most possessive manner, you have in your grasp a cane bearing the initials AG. An incontrovertible contradiction indeed, would you not agree? Be right back. You're gonna get a child and name them Eggert. Don't do it, Rick. Think of the teasing. Think of the teasing. That's not a Chad thing to name your child like Inuyasha. My boy, Inuyasha Stewart. Versions of Sherlock you've seen also have this issue, but not as bad. They're just prone to focusing on a lot of stuff and needing to be rated by Watson, yeah.
No, that's wrong. That's ignorant. You're being ignorant. This cane isn't...
You said before you'd had that cane for years.
Eh.
So don't try and tell us you just borrowed it from a friend or found it in the park.
In short, though you hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true name.
Ah.
You recoil, sir. Is something wrong?
Well...
He has friends. No, he doesn't. He just lied about his name.
And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of your next conundrum. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle which you evidently would like to conceal is the key to understanding this riddle you see.
Let's consider the bare bones of what happened here. Mr. Straight redeemed that fine-looking overcoat. And now a mysterious man has appeared, introducing himself with a fake name. Egg Preg. Oh, no. Not with this man on screen. Claiming the overcoat belongs to him.
But we know he actually identified Miss Lestrade from a written description, which suggests that everything he's told us is untrue.
So what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him. Bug Snacks is a character named Eggabell, so I can have twins named Eggert and Eggabell. Oh, that's awful. That is absolutely awful.
Oh, the seam on the shoulder there is coming apart, look.
So it is.
You know, a moment ago when Mr. Benedict was surprised by something that was said, I thought I heard it make a rather strange noise. It sounded a bit like a tiny growl. But now I think it was probably the sound of his seam ripping open.
If you look closely, it does seem to be a very tight fit. The seams are stretched to bursting, and you wouldn't have a hope of fastening it up at the front. If you were to run around it, I'm sure the whole thing would fall apart.
That I'd like to see.
I'm sorry?
So how can you make Mr. Benedict run around?
She's really giving this some serious thought. I hope it's just because she thinks him losing his coat is funny and not because she wants to see him with less clothes on. Susato, you can do better.
Take that!
We don't talk about Swordbirds. A split seam which you evidently would like to conceal is the key to understanding this riddle, you see?
Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit.
Having forced it over your broad shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart.
My suspicions were aroused from the outset.
Maybe it wouldn't tear if he wasn't so extra fucking right.
When you so badly lied to... when you so boldly lied about your name and so boldly relayed this pickpocket.
No!
The catalogue of untruths that has been all for one very specific purpose. To steal the article that the young girl redeemed from Mr. Winterbank. But what really irks me is this. The considerable crime I initially imagined has been considerably curtailed.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can we just skip the second phase? Because obviously you're way fucking off there. Lesson of the day, do not JoJo pose in tight clothes.
Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime which you have the planning.
This is utterly absurd! You suggest that I, a gentleman designed to do reasons of this, because have you forgotten that I redeemed the article of the Papamanians in the Ratchford? Woo! Shimona! How did I happen to want to deposit in the first place? How can I possibly know the relevant details? N'est-ce pas?
I don't know. How did she know the relevant details, dude?
Oh, but the watchword can be discovered. As you're only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped.
What?
Let's consider how one might come to learn learn a secret watchword relating to the pawn property of another. The method is real about the council notice on the counter which you were inadvertently drawn to.
The direction of deduction must change rather dramatically now, I think.
Yeah, no more talking tunneling into sewers. Which is a pity, because it all sounded rather exciting. Anyway, you can't deny this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword.
Yes, Professor. If you didn't know that word, Mr. Windybank would never allow you to redeem the article.
Or, looking at it another way, if you knew that word, Mr. Windybank would allow you to redeem the article whether it was yours or not. So the question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out some other way? JoJo characters only wear tight clothes. That's because they exist in JoJo, though. Their clothes are specifically made to be posed in. They're made of the right material. Normal, everyday clothes, not so much. You have to be very, very careful. Don't JoJo pose in leather. Not that I would know anything about that. I have totally never done the JoJo pose while wearing my Dante coat. Who would do such a thing? It's crazy. That is talk of a person who is crazy. Look at this, Mr. Sato!
It appears to be a memo that Mr. Winbank has scribbled to himself.
Is my coat okay? My coat's fine. You didn't wear your Deadpool cosplay? Excellent.
Oops.
Is that why the shoulders look like fabulous tires? Maybe. To fit the pose in? Yep, you got it. Let's see, what's it say? Oh, Professor, huh? We? Gungaga. Winbank must make note of all the watchwords customers give him right before their eyes. And an alarmingly clear script as well. He has lovely handwriting. I appreciate people who still write in cursive. It's a lost art.
Oh dear, I don't know where to look. Who knows what other secrets I might see?
Me? Gungaga.
Thank you, help.
Take that!
The method is revealed by the notelet on the counter, which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. Yes, the broker here follows the same procedure whenever a customer comes to redeem an article. He asks the customer for the watchword and notes down their response uttered on a notelet he has in hand. Bob Ross Deadpool? Oh, even better. You still write in cursive, but you learn people can't read it anymore. You too, Spice? Yeah. I got in, I almost got in trouble at my my old job for writing in cursive on the tickets. Eventually, they just stopped giving a shit and let me keep doing it. Because I'm actually so used to writing in cursive that my regular print is garbage. I straight up, like, can't do it properly anymore. My print looks awful. Yeah, Rick, that's a huge thing here, yeah. It's no longer taught in schools for the most part. It's no longer mandatory on documents. They let you print stuff. And if you just say it's your signature, it's your signature. Yep. It's fucked up.
Then he consults with his ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matches that of the article in question.
I would expect nothing less of a diligent pawnbroker.
But this diligence has clearly has its disadvantages.
What are you talking about?
It is increasingly apparent that you were present in this shop before your accusation against Miss Lestrade.
In all likelihood, you followed her inside and then overheard her talking to Mr. Windybank. When the diligent broker made note of the watchword, as is his common practice, you observed him writing down the word professor. Probably never taught in your schools, Rick. Yeah, I'm not sure how old you are and like how recent it would be, but yeah. Because when I was in elementary school, they taught, like, I learned cursive in, 3rd grade, I think? Yeah. Yeah, I went to a private school, and they made me learn cursive in 3rd grade. And use it for everything. But then by the time I moved to, both by the time I moved to South Carolina and, like, my younger siblings were in elementary school, they were like, yeah, we don't learn it. They don't make us learn it. I'm like, wow, fuck you.
And that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawned article from the young Miss Lestrade.
Your middle school, everything had to be in cursive. Yep, yeah, that was my private school as well, Spice. Yeah, it definitely seems to be. Maybe they still do it in some private schools because it was definitely more common there.
Which brings us to the final chapter of this lurid scheme.
You learned in 3rd grade too, secret? Yeah. Yours was public school, yeah. Well, because back then it was mandatory in most schools to at least learn it, even if you didn't have to keep writing in it. Yeah, no, I prefer cursive. Like, I'm more used to it because I had to use it in school, and just in general, it's faster and more natural to me. Your print handwriting looks like suit of cursive? That's cool.
Why would you go to such lengths to redeem that particular article from this pawnbroker?
Are you quite serious?
Hi, Manada. Welcome back. If the coat doesn't fit, you must acquit. 8th grade still did it. High school didn't, though. You were a college prep. Ah, okay. Fair enough.
For an ill-fitting overcoat hardly seems to justify the effort, much less a worthless music box disc. But naturally, you had very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Benedict?
I have no idea what you're talking about. That's ignorant.
Allow me to present an interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us what we need to know.
The articles we're talking about are the overcoat and the music box disc. That was in one of his pockets. Which, according to Mr. Winterbank, isn't even worth a penny. And yet this man went to such lengths to steal them. Why? I wonder if perhaps we already have the evidence we need to explain it, Mr. Naruhodo. Could we? Really? Better have a thorough look through all the evidence. Oh! Wait a minute! What? Can I... Why can't I turn... There. Oh! Oh my god! If I had just looked at this sooner, I would have confirmed my fucking suspicion earlier. Oh my god, I can't believe I called that one. Oh, America. There's a little scrap of paper stuck onto the reverse side of the disc, Look at that. Yeah, it looks like somebody's name. For McGilded? McGilded? Couldn't be! But it is, Mr. Naruhodo. A name I should never forget as long as I live. Why? In my defense, JC, I didn't even realize it was evidence. In my defense, I did not even realize we had it as evidence at this point. I hadn't looked at it at all. Why is his name on this? McGilded's Lucky Charms. His sick mixtape. I was trying to think of like a rap song that had Irish stuff in it. Wait, what? Why do I... It's not letting me back out. Do I have to present here? Oh dear. I guess I have to?
Take that!
I don't think we were at that point yet, but sure. You see, this music box just tells us all we need to know.
What's that on the back?
It reads for McGilded.
Ah!
Yeah, we knew we weren't fucking done with him. That case was way too fucking skeevy.
Ah, Mr. Magnus McGilded, the unfortunate philanthropist who perished in the curious circumstances of the Old Bailey 2 months ago. A prominent man in London, though his lone-mongering demonstrated a distinct lack of scruples. Straight out of Ireland. So you're an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps a subordinate?
That was my first thought. Is that, like I said, again, the whole thing that confused me with the Gilded, it actually being guilty, is that I would think he had goons to work for him. Why would he directly murder someone himself? So my first thought was maybe this guy was one of his goons, but in that case, I don't know why he'd be at odds with Gina, because he clearly arranged for her to pick it up. Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature. In fact, he was precisely the right size for that overcoat you've squeezed yourself into.
Nah!
Isn't Take On Me from an Irish band? Yes.
Your tragedy remains shrouded in mystery, Mr. Eggert Benedict. But the final conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason you came into this pawnbrokery today... was to retrieve an article left behind by the late Magnus McGilded.
Ah! That's ignorant.
What? Oh, y'all are new. Are y'all not familiar with the wonderful voice that is Corey Haim? Oh. Oh, y'all gotta watch the South Park Fractured But Whole playthrough.
Well, well, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear in these circumstances.
Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind.
Pray tell, Miss Susotto.
Well, according to what Mr. Windebeck told us earlier...
Whoa!
Today was the final day on which the coat could have been redeemed, was it not?
That's the one thing I'm confused about. Did this... I forget the exact day he was murdered. Like, does the timeline match up? Like, did he drop this off himself, or did he have a goon do that for him as well?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. Today would be precisely 2 months as it was first deposited.
Well, today is 15th April, so 2 months ago today.
Would have been 15th February, sir. That's right. It's all carefully recorded in my ledger. Deposited 10:30 p.m.
Is that not literally right before he got on the omnibus? Oh, fuck. What? But that suggests...
Yes, 15th February. Precisely the date in which the omnibus murder took place. In 10:30 in the evening. Precisely the time at which the terrible events were unfolding.
Suggestive is not the word. It would appear the matter is entirely beyond coincidence.
You got here June 26th this year and decided it was a cool place to hang out. Oh yeah, no, I got nothing wrong with new people, for the record. I'm always happy to educate. It's funny to me when people come in and are like, what the hell is that voice? And I'd be like, what are you talking about? That's a classic. You posted your handwritten cursive in live stream chat. You think it's pretty easy to read? You'll delete it soon? Oh, it's nice. Oh, it's very cute, Spice. Lovely. Brushell's always here. Brushell is always with us. I actually forgot he was down there. He's always with us, always watching, whether we see him or not. On the face of every child, on the smile of every baby.
You are, of course, at liberty to make whatever outlandish deductions you choose, however... I have a gun!
Oh, no!
I must insist you hand over that music box disc now. It would be a terrible shame for you to return to your native land in a box.
What do I do? Oh, fuck! Oh! Ah! I accidentally hit A. Oh, God. Well, I didn't mean to. I didn't realize it was a choice. I was just trying to advance the text. He could shoot me at any moment. I mean, to be fair, at least I said to hand it over. Had to withhold it. Then he'd shoot us. I hate to give in, but what other choice do I really have here?
I have a gun!
Mr. Winterbank!
This is my shop. I control any harm to come to my customers. If that were to happen, I should have to take my own life.
You're not helping. You point the gun at the other person with the gun, not yourself, sir.
Good luck trying to kill me when I'm already dead!
Mr. Winterbank, no! Alright, that's enough. Oh, thank God. Inspector Gregson!
Inspector!
That's right, Sunshine. The bomb was raised on one of our dedicated emergency lines. So we got here as fast as we could. Now, what's all this about, eh? Bring in the dancing lobsters. Those aren't the dancing lobsters. That's the installation screen. Where are my dancing lobsters? There are the dancing lobsters.
This is the weirdest standoff I've ever seen. A European standoff instead of Mexican standoff. Hell yeah.
Oh, praise be, you're here at last. I was moments away from forfeiting my own life in my very own establishment.
It would seem you have the upper hand.
It's the cops!
Right, you have a lot of explaining to do. I don't appreciate being involved with some petty argy-bargy.
Petty? He has a gun! Mr. Winterbeck very nearly went with his end.
Yeah, by his own gun, as far as I can tell. He does this every weekend. Who the fuck cares? Oh, dear. And the whole of Britain could meet with its end. To get to the bomber case I'm supposed to be working on.
What? What on earth is the case, Inspector?
Spare no detail, Grayson. I might have said a little too much. No matter, it's nothing to do with you lot.
We never even finished our breakfast. Ryunosuke got dragged here because Sholmes was mopey. We never even got to finish our bacon and eggs. And instead we got eggert. We got screwed. People hate Marianne's new art. Oh my god, because it's fan servicey. Oh my god! I hate people. There's no winning. There's no fucking gray anywhere. It's either you're a fucking pea-brain coomer who obsesses over stuff if it doesn't, who obsesses over tits and ass, and if it doesn't have it, you get bitchy about it. Or you're part of the hashtag problematique squad, where any skin whatsoever is bad and has to burn in a fire. I hate both of you. Both of you. Both sides, you both suck. Gray is valid.
Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come with me down to the station.
But of course, Inspector.
Oh! He's getting...
You are all so fucking fired. How the fuck did we manage this? How many bits do you have left, Help? Is it more than the amount of brain cells in this room to allow this to happen?
Me? Gungaga.
That's a good number. Thank you.
Get after him, lads! Whistle the beat officer too!
Sir! Lang voice, do we need to go that far? Do we need to go that far? I'll let y'all be the judge. I mean, technically it's also on his fucking troopers. There were 2 other officers in the room. There were 2 other officers in the room. And yet we still let that happen somehow. Oh, these people.
There's been a fate obsessed at pawn shops around here recently. Shall we fit in emergency buttons underneath the counters for brokers to let us know when there's trouble?
He gets 3 Lang strikes? Okay, that's strike 1. Hasanoga had like fucking 5.
Oh, Inspector, I was very worried for a while there. Very worried indeed. Now then, Mr. Permanently in mourning.
I'm too busy to deal with this.
Yeah? You'd love to...
I'd love to go with you, Inspector, but I'm too busy to deal with this.
Yeah?
I'll be taking that whatever it is I've been given. Start to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over.
Oh, yes, of course.
No, don't give it to him. That's mine, it is mine.
No, honey, you have to explain now. You have to explain what the fuck you were doing picking it up now.
I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilton has to be taken in as evidence now.
As evidence?
If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. Capitulate. I know words. It's all yours, Inspector.
And so we handed over McGilden's disc to Inspector Gregson. And we're summarily turfed out of the shop and onto the street. The girl is Irish. It's supposed to be Welsh. It's supposed to be Welsh. It's my shitty impression of Nia from Xenoblade 2. It is supposed to be Welsh. I'm just bad. Well, that was a that was a setup. The dude burned alive at a courtroom. Why isn't that shocking? And that's I was gonna say, yeah, like, guys, unless you heard something about that case being, you literally said earlier that case is still unresolved. Of course, anything related to him is gonna be called into question. God, all right. We ending here? I guess so. Yeah, probably for the best. As curious as I am as to where we're going with this now that McGill has been brought back into it. Yeah. How was the fourth case? The fourth case was all right. I appreciate the fact that it was I appreciate the fact that it was an actual proper case this time, and didn't leave us feeling dirty afterwards for winning. I'm glad we got Soseki-san was cool. I'm glad we got him off the hook. But generally speaking, that fourth case was like it was Looney Tunes. Like it's Ace Attorney. Ace Attorney is quite silly. I get it. There's a lot of stupid bullshit, and I accept it readily for the most part. I love Dual Destinies. A lot of people fucking hate Dual Destinies. I adore Dual Destinies. I think the fucking Orca case is unironically one of the best in the series. I'm willing to buy into a lot of bullshit. But in this case, just the comedy of errors required to make this poor woman get stabbed in the back. coupled with the marital abuse. And haha, it's funny. A little underwhelming. Definitely not the worst. It's no Investigations Case 5. It's no any case in Investigations, I don't think. But yeah, definitely not too strong. The strongest case in this game thus far is the third one, and that's in spite of it making you feel dirty afterwards. Dual Destinies was a fucking
Oops.
delight. Dual Destinies had dumb cases, but they were fun, and also Simon's reactions, exactly. Like, I don't know. I'd be hard-pressed to actually draw a line down anywhere, but, like, I feel like there is a line to be had somewhere between being so silly it loops back around. So silly it loops back around to being fun, aka cringo, as I coined during Dual Destinies, and then just silly. And I unfortunately think this one falls a little closer to silly. Because, like I said, just the planets had to align. The planets had to be in a perfect fucking alignment to make this poor woman get stabbed the way she was. Like, good God. And then even stuff like Rolly's anniversary, like the one day he has an anniversary day with his wife. It's, yeah. Where does this game rank so far? What's my tier list? It's been forever since I've looked at that thing. This is preliminary. This is in no way a final verdict, because final cases tend to be Kino. Spirit of Justice surprised me. I was fully prepared to pass off Spirit of Justice as one of the weaker ones thus far, and then the final case happened. Hence, Dirk being a harbinger of Kino on the character tier list. Like, anything can change. But as of now, 1 second. Where would I put it? If I can fucking find it. Where the hell is my Ace Attorney folder? My Ace Attorney fan art folder is apparently gone. Did I accidentally delete it? What the fuck? There we go. Okay, I just couldn't see it. Self-awareness of Dual Destinies? Yeah, Dual Destiny also seemed to be a little tongue-in-cheek, almost. Like, yeah, we know, we've done all this before. Okay. Alright, let me look at this, look at this tier list. Alright, for those who don't remember, in Kino, I have Trials and Tribulations and Apollo. I have Dual Destinies and Investigations 2, and You Were the Chosen One. I have Justice for All, Spirit of Justice, and the first one in Pretty Good. And I have Investigations 1 in Extraterritorial Rights. As of this very moment, I would probably be inclined to make something between extraterritorial rights and pretty good. Not bad. Definitely not definitely no, obviously nowhere near extraterritorial rights, and obviously not bad. But, like, something middle ground. Like, just, okay. Okay is a good way to put it. Yeah, Simon kept Dual Destinies interesting. I will fully admit that Dual Destinies carried that game. Simon carried that game. If not for him, it would not be as high. But yeah, that's where we're at. But I'm looking forward to it. Like I said, this setup is interesting. I'm glad we're following up with the Big Gilded thing because that case was so, was the best one so far. If we have to follow up something, I hope it's that. I'm glad that it's that. 2 is better. That's what I keep hearing, is that 2 is a step up. But hey, we'll see. Like I said, I'm hoping the last case will surprise me. No expectations? No sport. It's too late. It's too late, Minato. A shit ton of people have called... A shit ton of people have told me that. New Heroes trailer? I'm not interested. I saw the pictures. That's good enough for me. Alright, sorry, don't mind me. Don't elaborate. I saw Jay's these things too. It's too late. Don't elaborate. Saying certain cases made you cry. Let me be surprised. Let me be surprised by which ones make me cry, if any. Athena was fun. I loved Athena. I absolutely loved Athena. I genuinely want Ace of 37 to be focused on her, if you get the chance. That fourth case of, what's it called? That fourth case of Spirit of Justice felt like a good kind of jumping point for her, kind of like branching out and being able to do stuff on her own. So, it'll probably never happen, but hey. You start working again tomorrow, your school wants me back? Oh, Pump, congrats! That's awesome! I know you were enjoying working there, that's awesome. Don't be too hard on the kiddos, unless they're shit kids. Alright. Okay, I guess I'm gonna stop rambling. That's where we're at. We need more emotes? We do. Should I start... I keep asking this, I never do. Should I email Twitch again? I can keep bugging Twitch. Like, the odds of them actually letting me slide under the radar despite not having enough viewers are minuscule at best. But, like, I don't think there's any rule that says I can't keep bugging them about it.
Oops.
Otherwise, we're just gonna have to keep plugging the stream. Or buy bots. Maybe we should actually click one of those links. You're gonna see about playing this, Caleb? Ooh, nice. Elaborate, listen, McGilded's back with a new...
McGilded's back with a brand new edition. Elaborate and listen.
We'll work on McGilded's rap album some other time. He will never be as good as Maya. Alright. What Pump said, I'm gonna play Genshin and chill out. And rest my legs. When I was so sorry when I got to go to the bathroom. My fucking legs almost gave out under me. My my legs are aching from the dancing. I'm gonna have to like do stretches in bed to try to make sure that that chills out. All right, I'll shut my mouth. Nothing tomorrow or on Tuesday. We're going to be doubling up on Ed and Eddie for the group watches. We're gonna, to get that finished, we're gonna be watching most of Season 4, and then the rest in the Big Picture Show on Tuesday. I'll be back Wednesday to finish up Neo Tweeby, hopefully. I assume another day can be completed in one stream, hopefully. And then I don't, assuming it does get done in one stream, I'm not sure what the hell we're gonna do Thursday, honestly. It would feel weird to start No More Heroes in the middle of the week like that, because it'd be only one stream. Also the secret ending, yeah. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what we're gonna do Thursday, but we'll figure something out. Alrighty, I will keep y'all posted. Ugh, thank you all for coming out. You're still, I don't know about the group watch, so you'll probably be back Wednesday. Okay, cool, Spice, no worries. Probably more dancing, possibly. I could do more dancing. Try and get those finished up. We're close to finishing up all the endings. I just gotta do a shit ton of extra grinding, but I don't know. We'll see. Thank you all for coming out. Special thanks to I Need Professional Help and all the Go-Kart and Above patrons. If you want to help support McGilded's sick new rap album, coming at ya this fall, check out links in the description. Love you guys. Nighty-night.